Chapter 1: The Unplugging. The dragon's final scream was a symphony of agony and crashing code. It echoed through the vaulted, crystalline cavern, a sound Kalen had spent 3 years of his simulated life working to hear. He stood on the beast's obsidian-scaled neck, his twin daggers, Shadowfang and Glimmer, buried deep in the creature's spinal column. Below, the rest of his guild, the Crimson Covenant, roared in triumph. Jorik, a giant of a man clad in radiant paladin armor, raised his warhammer to the cavern's ceiling, the weapon's holy light illuminating the treasure hoard that was now theirs. Seraphina, her robes swirling with arcane energy, lowered her hands, the residual magic dissipating from her fingertips like smoke. They had done it. They had conquered the umbral spire and slain its final guardian. A window of shimmering, golden text materialized before Kalen's eyes. Primary objective complete. Slay the Lich dragon Aethelrax. World first. Legacy achievement unlocked. CNG, server-wide broadcast. He grinned, wiping a smear of purple ichor from his cheek. This was the pinnacle, the apex of everything. He had spent countless hours hunting his skills as a rogue, mastering the timing of his strikes, the art of the silent takedown. Every ambush, every trap disarmed, every dungeon delved had led to this singular, perfect moment of victory. The air hummed, not with Seraphina's magic, but with the fundamental operations of the system itself, recognizing their monumental achievement. Another, simpler window appeared, blocking his view of the cheering guildmates. Session conclusion imminent. Return to reality. Yes, no. He tapped the shimmering yes without a second thought. The real world awaited. Pizza, probably. A shower. The simple, tactile pleasures he had postponed for the final push through the spire. The familiar sensation of disconnection began, a gentle pulling sensation at the base of his skull, where the neural interface connected. The crystalline cavern, the piles of gold, the faces of his friends, they all began to dissolve into a soft, white light. The triumphant roar of his guild faded, replaced by a low, humming drone. The process was usually seamless. A gentle fade to white, a moment of sensory deprivation, and then the slow return of physical sensation in the sterile comfort of a Chronos pod. The scent of ozone and sterilized air. The soft hiss of the pod's hydraulics. This was different. The white light shattered, not faded but shattered like a pane of glass struck by a hammer. The humming drone became a piercing shriek, a sound of grinding metal and overloaded circuits that scraped at the inside of his skull. The gentle pulling sensation became a violent, tearing wrench. A searing pain, hot and white, shot from the base of his neck down his spine. He convulsed, a silent scream caught in a throat he did not yet fully possess. His vision erupted into a firestorm of static, a blizzard of red and green pixels. Error messages, fragmented and unreadable, flashed in the chaos. Critical and NECTION, fail, rerouting. A synapse, OCOL, RRUPTED. Emergency, shun, TIVE. He was falling or being pushed. There was a sickening lurch, a feeling of dropping through an infinite empty space. His consciousness, stretched thin and screaming, was being forced through a conduit far too small for it. The shriek intensified, and then, With a final, brutal snap, it stopped. Silence and darkness, and cold. The first sensation to return was the rain. Not the gentle, programmed rain of the Elwyn forest in Level 1, but a cold, acidic drizzle that stung his skin. It plastered thin strands of hair to his forehead. He lay on his side, his cheek pressed against a rough, gritty surface that smelled of stale water and decay. He coughed, a racking, painful spasm that sent a jolt through his entire body. The air he drew in was thick, tasting of wet pavement and chemical fumes. It was nothing like the purified air of a Chronos pod. He forced his eyes open. The world swam into focus, a smear of dark shapes and blurry, colored lights. He was in an alley, a narrow, filthy space between two towering, featureless buildings. The walls were slick with grime and rainwater, reflecting the garish neon glow of signs high above. A sign across the way, written in a language of sharp, angular characters he didn't recognize, flickered erratically, casting a sickly pink light on the puddles below. The alley was choked with overflowing dumpsters and piles of black plastic bags, leaking a dark, viscous fluid that mingled with the rain. This was wrong. This was all profoundly wrong. His Chronos pod was in a clean room in a corporate facility in Neo-Denver. It was not in a filthy alley in some unknown, rain-drenched city. Panic began to bubble in his chest, hot and sharp. He tried to push himself up. His arms trembled, his muscles weak and unresponsive as if they belonged to a stranger. Atrophy. He had been in the simulation for the final 3-month push. Muscle atrophy was expected, but not like this. This was a deep, cellular exhaustion. He felt hollowed out. He finally managed to get to his knees, his head pounding in time with the thrumming bass of some distant music. He wore thin, synthetic trousers and a simple gray shirt, both soaked through and clinging to his skin. Gone was his shadow-weave armor. Gone were his enchanted daggers. He was pathetic, weak, exposed. He pressed a hand to the back of his neck. The port for his neural interface was there, a small, circular indentation in his skin. But it felt raw, tender, the skin around it inflamed. It hurt to touch. The emergency shunt, the violent disconnection, must have damaged it. He staggered to his feet, using the grimy brick wall for support. He had to get his bearings. He had to find a terminal, contact the system administrators. There must be an explanation, a glitch, a catastrophic system failure that had shunted him to the wrong exit point. Yes, that made sense. Some kind of emergency physical relocation protocol. He peered out of the alley's mouth. A street, wide and black, stretched in either direction. Vehicles, sleek and silent, streaked past on cushions of air, their lights cutting sharp lines through the perpetual twilight. The sky above was a starless, bruised purple, choked with smog and illuminated by the endless network of holographic advertisements that danced and writhed between the colossal skyscrapers. Faces, 100 feet tall, smiled down with dead eyes, promising bliss and perfection through corporate products. The sheer scale of the place was overwhelming, oppressive. It made the umbral spire look like a child's toy. He took a hesitant step out of the alley, the rain plastering his thin shirt to his ribs. The noise of the city washed over him, a cacophony of distant sirens, the hum of traffic, the unintelligible chatter of unseen crowds, and the relentless, pounding bass. He felt small, insignificant, a piece of driftwood in a vast, indifferent ocean. And then he saw it. He blinked, thinking it was an afterimage, a phantom of the simulation burned onto his retinas. But it remained. In the upper left of his vision, faint and translucent, was a thin green bar. Next to it, a smaller blue one. HP 100-100. MP 100-100. He squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head. It had to be a hallucination, a side effect of the traumatic disconnect. He opened them again. The bars were still there, a heads-up display, his health and mana bars from the game. They were superimposed over his vision of this new, terrifying reality. He tried to swipe them away with a mental command, the way he would dismiss a menu in the game. Nothing happened. They remained, a ghostly, undeniable remnant of the world he had just left. A cold dread, far deeper and more chilling than any fear he had known fighting dragons or demons, began to creep up his spine. The acidic rain, the oppressive city, the pain in his neck, the phantom HUD. This wasn't a mistaken exit point. This wasn't a simple glitch. He had tapped yes. He had asked to return to reality. The system had obliged. A horrifying, impossible thought began to form in his mind, a thought so monstrous he tried to push it away. The world of the Crimson Covenant, of magic and monsters, of the Umbral Spire, that was level 1. This place, this grimy, rain-swept dystopia, was not the end of the game. It was level 2. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. He stumbled backwards, his hand sliding down the slick brick wall. He was still inside. He had never left. He had just woken up in a different part of the prison. A prison designed to look like freedom. The bass from a nearby club seemed to pound in sync with his hammering heart. The neon signs burned his retinas. The faces in the holographic ads seemed to mock him, their perfect smiles hiding a terrible secret. He was a player in a game that refused to end. He slid down the wall, his legs giving out, and landed in a puddle of grimy water. He wrapped his arms around himself, shivering, though not from the cold. He was trapped. Oh God, he was trapped. A new kind of fear, the fear of the unknown, of a reality that was fundamentally and deliberately false, consumed him. From the dark mouth of another alley across the street, a shape detached itself from the shadows. It moved with an unnatural, twitching gait. Kalen's eyes, now wide with terror, tried to make sense of it. The figure was humanoid, but its form was unstable, flickering, as if caught between two different frames of existence. Its face was a waterfall of dead pixels, a chaotic storm of color and static. It raised its head, and from the static hiss of its non-face, a sound emerged. It was not a sound of this world. It was a sound Kalen knew with intimate, chilling familiarity. It was the triumphant roar of a freshly slain dragon. Chapter 2: Remnants of a Former Life. The sound clawed at Kalen's sanity. It was a memory, a trophy of his greatest achievement, now twisted into a harbinger of doom. The pixelated figure across the street took another stuttering step forward, its form momentarily resolving into something that looked horribly like a castle guard from the starter zones of Level 1, before dissolving back into a chaotic scramble of visual noise. It was a scrambler. The name came to him unbidden, A piece of data from a world he now understood was a lie, yet it felt right. Primal instinct overrode his paralysis. He did not think, he reacted. He scrambled up, his hands slipping on the wet bricks, and bolted. He ran deeper into the alley he had woken in, away from the street, away from the thing wearing the ghost of his victory. His feet splashed through puddles, the cold water soaking his thin shoes. He ran past the dumpsters, their stench filling his lungs. The alley ended in a high chain-link fence topped with jagged metal shards. A dead end. He could hear it behind him. Not footsteps, but a skittering, glitching sound like a corrupted audio file. A series of rapid clicks and a burst of static. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The scrambler was at the alley's entrance, its form flickering under the pink neon glow. It was faster than it looked. His eyes darted around, searching for an escape. A fire escape ladder, rusted and missing its lower rungs, was bolted to the wall to his left. It was too high to reach. The fence was too high to climb quickly. He was cornered, trapped. The same feeling he'd had just before landing the killing blow on Ethelrax, but this time there was no strategy, no guild at his side. There was only the raw, animal certainty of his own imminent destruction. "Up here, quick." The voice was a woman's, sharp and commanding. It came from above. He looked up, shielding his eyes from the rain. A figure was leaning out of a third-story window directly above the fire escape. She had her arm extended, pointing. "The conduit pipe. Use it to get to the ladder." He saw it. A thick metal pipe ran vertically up the wall, just close enough to the fire escape. It was slick with rain and grime, but it was his only chance. The skittering sound was closer now. He didn't hesitate. He took a running start, leaped, and grabbed onto the pipe. His hands, weak from atrophy, screamed in protest. The cold, wet metal bit into his palms. For a terrifying second, his grip slipped, but he held on, his body swinging and slamming against the brickwork. The impact jarred his teeth and sent a shockwave of pain through his shoulder. He ignored it. He began to climb, his feet finding purchase on the pipe's support brackets. It was clumsy, desperate work. He was a rogue, used to scaling castle walls and rooftops with supernatural grace in the simulation. Here, in this world, every movement was a painful, exhausting struggle against gravity and his own physical weakness. He could feel the phantom burn of his stamina bar depleting in his mind. He reached the level of the fire escape and threw himself sideways, his arms flailing. His fingers caught the edge of the metal platform. He dangled for a moment, his legs kicking in the air, before finding the strength to haul his torso over the edge. He collapsed onto the grated platform, chest heaving, rain and sweat mingling on his face. The scrambler was at the base of the wall, its pixelated face tilted upwards. It emitted a low, warbling tone, a sound of dial-up modems and tortured strings. It placed a hand on the brick wall and began to shimmer, its form destabilizing as if it were trying to phase through the solid matter. It was trying to follow him. "Don't just lie there, it's not going to give up," the woman's voice commanded. He forced himself to his feet and scrambled up the last 2 flights of the fire escape to her window. She was there, holding it open. It was Serafina. Her face was paler, thinner than he remembered from the game, and etched with a weariness that went beyond simple fatigue. The intricate arcane symbols she used to paint on her cheeks were gone. Her long, silver hair was cut short, a practical, choppy bob. She wore a dark, functional jumpsuit, not the elegant robes of a master mage. But it was her. The eyes, sharp and intelligent, were unmistakable. "Sira," he breathed, his voice hoarse. "Get inside," she ordered, her tone leaving no room for argument. She grabbed the front of his shirt and helped pull him through the window. He stumbled into a small, sparsely furnished room. It contained a sleeping pallet on the floor, a small table covered in wires and electronic components, and a computer terminal that hummed softly in the corner. The walls were bare concrete. Serafina slammed the window shut and locked it. She stood with her back to it, her chest rising and falling rapidly. For the first time, Kaelin saw a flicker of fear in her eyes before she suppressed it, her expression hardening back into one of intense focus. "You saw it too, then," she stated. "It wasn't a question." The thing in the alley," Kaelin stammered, still trying to catch his breath. "The scrambler." "So that's what you call them," she murmured, more to herself than to him. She walked over to the table and picked up a small, handheld device with a cracked screen. "I have been logging their appearances. Their behavior is erratic, but there are patterns. They are drawn to inconsistencies to us." Kaelin stared at her. The Serafina he knew would have been consulting a grimoire, preparing a containment spell. This Serafina was compiling data logs. The sight was as jarring as the phantom HUD in his own vision. "What is this place, Sira? Where are we?" he asked, his voice desperate. "The log out. It went wrong. It has to be some kind of error." She turned to face him, her expression grim. "I have been here for 72 hours, Kaelin. 3 days. In that time, I have accessed 3 public data terminals, cross-referenced stellar cartography from their networks with the final known positions from the Neo-Denver mainframe, and attempted to send a ping to the system administrators on 17 different quantum frequencies." She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. "The stellar data is internally consistent but matches no known star charts. The quantum frequencies are silent. The system administrators do not exist here. Here is a closed system, utterly and completely self-contained." Kaelin shook his head, refusing to accept it. "No, it's a simulation, a deeper level, my HUD. I can still see it." Serafina's eyes widened slightly. "You have it too, the visual artifacts." She gestured to her own temple. "I have auditory remnants, faint echoes of incantation triggers. I thought it was a symptom of the traumatic disconnect, a form of neurological damage." "It's not damage. It's part of the design," Kaelin insisted, his voice rising with a frantic certainty. "Don't you see? This is another layer, a new game we never left." "That is an illogical conclusion," she countered, her voice sharp and clinical, the familiar tone of the master strategist he knew from their raids. "A simulation within a simulation. To what end? The energy expenditure would be monumental, the processing power required astronomical. It serves no purpose. The more logical explanation is that we were shunted into a corrupted, isolated server partition during the system crash. A digital purgatory. Our goal should be to find the master terminal, an admin console, and force a system reboot or contact the outside world. She was trying to apply logic to a situation that defied it. She was trying to fit this nightmare into a neat little box of systems and protocols. Kaelin knew, with a gut-wrenching certainty she couldn't yet accept, that there were no boxes big enough to contain this. He walked to the room's single window, careful to stay to one side, and peered down. The alley was empty. The scrambler was gone, but the memory of its glitched face and stolen roar was burned into his mind. "That thing, Sierra," he said softly. "It made a sound, the death cry of the dragon we killed, Ethilrax. How would a corrupted server partition know that? That happened moments before we disconnected." Serafina was silent. She had no answer. He could see the conflict on her face, the battle between her rigid, analytical mind and the impossible evidence standing before her. Kaelin's gaze drifted from the alley to the wall of the building opposite, and there, scrawled in what looked like white chalk on the dark, grimy bricks, were a few simple words. The writing was pristine, untouched by the rain. "They remember the castle." He stared at the words, a cold shiver tracing its way down his spine. The message was impossible. It hadn't been there a moment ago. He was certain of it. It was as if an unseen hand had written it just for them. "Serafina," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "you need to see this." She came to his side, her eyes following his gaze. She read the words, and for the first time since he had crashed through her window, her carefully constructed composure crumbled completely. A small, choked gasp escaped her lips. "The umbral spire," she whispered. "It was built on the ruins of Castle Valerius." The words on the wall were not a random message. They were a direct, impossible link between the world they had lost and the nightmare they now inhabited. They were a sign, or a warning. Kaelin wasn't sure which, but one thing was suddenly, terrifyingly clear. Something in this world was aware of them. It knew who they were, where they had come from. And it was watching. Chapter 3: The Sound of Broken Code. "It can't be," Serafina breathed, her hand pressed against the cold glass of the window. Her voice was thin, stripped of its usual authority. "Chalk would wash away in this rain. The brick is slick with moisture. That message is impossible." "We're in an impossible place," Kaelin replied, his gaze fixed on the stark white letters. "We need to stop thinking about what's possible and start thinking about what's happening." He turned from the window, his mind racing. The rogue's instincts from level 1, the ingrained patterns of threat assessment and situational awareness, were kicking in, sharpened by the terror of this new reality. "That thing, the scrambler, it came for us. The message appears. It's all connected. Someone or something is communicating." "Or manipulating," Serafina countered, her analytical mind already rebooting, trying to frame the new data. "Luring us. A classic dungeon master tactic. Present a mysterious clue that leads the party into a prepared ambush." "Maybe," Kaelin conceded. "But what choice do we have? Sit here and wait for more of those things to show up?" He gestured around the Spartan room. "This place isn't a fortress. We have no weapons, no armor, no skills." He held up his hands, looking at the faint calluses from his daggers that were already starting to fade. "I'm not a hero here, I'm just a guy, a weak, tired guy in a wet shirt. The vulnerability in his voice hung in the air. In the umbral spire, he was Kalen the Shadow, a master of stealth and death. Here, stripped of his gear and abilities, his very identity felt as flimsy as the phantom HUD in his vision. Serafina straightened up, a flicker of her old resolve returning to her eyes. No, you are not just a guy. You are a strategist, and I am a systems analyst. Our tools have changed, but our minds have not. We need information. That message is the only new variable we have. We need to understand its source. You mean go outside? The thought sent a fresh wave of anxiety through him. We can't stay here, she said, her tone final. She moved to a small metal locker in the corner of the room. I scavenged some things, not much. This city, it discards things with alarming frequency. She produced two long, heavy flashlights, the kind made from thick black metal. They're heavy, good for a bludgeon if it comes to it. She also pulled out two dark hooded jackets. They were coarse and smelled faintly of chemicals, but they were dry. They'll help us blend in, the inhabitants of this city. They don't like to be noticed. They cultivate anonymity. They put on the jackets. The fabric was rough against Kalen's skin. He gripped the flashlight, its weight a small, cold comfort in his hand. It was a pathetic replacement for his perfectly balanced dagger, Shadowfang, but it was something. Stay away from the main thoroughfares, Serafina instructed as she unlatched the door to her room. Stick to the service corridors and back alleys. The scramblers seem to be drawn to the open spaces, or maybe they're just more visible there. They stepped out into a long, narrow hallway lit by flickering fluorescent tubes. The air was stale and smelled of damp concrete and ozone. Doors, all identical gray steel, lined the corridor. It was a residential block, a hive of countless tiny cells. Kalen wondered how many other players were hidden behind these doors, staring at their own phantom HUDs, too terrified to move. They descended a flight of echoing concrete stairs and emerged into a different alley, this one smelling of boiled noodles and refuse. The rain had subsided to a fine mist. The city's noise was a constant, oppressive hum. Serafina led the way with a confidence that belied their situation, her movements precise and calculated. She was navigating this urban nightmare as if it were one of the dungeons they used to map. They moved through a labyrinth of backstreets for what felt like an hour. The city was a disorienting maze of towering structures and dark, narrow passages. Kalen kept his head on a swivel, his eyes scanning every shadow, every dark doorway. The fear was a living thing inside him, a cold knot in his stomach, but with it came a strange, heightened awareness. The rogue was not gone, he realized. His skills were just analog now. They found the alley from his vision. The chalk message was still there, stark and white against the grimy brick. It seemed to glow with its own faint light. No footprints, no residue, Serafina observed, crouching near the wall but not touching it. She ran her hand over the wet pavement below the message. The ground here is soaked. If anyone stood here to write this, they would have left marks. She shone her flashlight on the wall, the beam illuminating the texture of the brick around the letters. There's no dust, no smearing. It's like the letters were printed onto the surface. Kalen felt a prickling sensation on his arms. "It's scribe," he said. the name forming in his mind with the same strange certainty as Scrambler. "It writes the words." "It?" Serafina questioned, standing up. "I don't know what it is. A system process, an NPC, another player, but it's leaving us these messages." Suddenly, a sound echoed from further down the alley. It was a sharp, metallic clang, the sound of a steel boot on a metal grate. It was a sound from level 1. Specifically, it was the sound the iron golems of Castle Valerius made. Kaelin and Serafina froze, extinguishing their flashlights. They pressed themselves flat against the brick wall, melting into the shadows. Kaelin's heart hammered against his ribs. The sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by a low, rhythmic grinding. They peered around the edge of a large, corroded dumpster. Further down the alley, where it opened into a small, enclosed courtyard, was the source of the noise. It was another scrambler. This one was different from the first. It was larger, bulkier. Its unstable form seemed to be struggling to hold the shape of a heavily armored knight. Patches of its body would momentarily resolve into polished, plate-steel armor, complete with ornate etchings, before collapsing back into a churning chaos of multicolored pixels. In one hand, it held a long, shimmering object that looked like a greatsword, though its edges bled into the air like a distorted heat haze. It wasn't just wandering, it was packing. A short, repetitive patrol path, identical to the guard routes of the golems in the castle's outer bailey. It would walk 10 paces, turn with a metallic clang, and walk 10 paces back. It was a ghost of programming, a fragment of code executing its old commands in a new, horrifying world. "Its behavior is a loop," Serafina whispered, her voice barely audible over the city's hum. "Predictable. We can slip past it if we time it right." "Slip past it and go where?" Kaelin whispered back. "Into that courtyard. It's a dead end." "Look," she urged, pointing with her flashlight, its beam off. "On the far wall of the courtyard, there's a door, a service entrance to the building." He saw it, a heavy red door. It was their only way forward. To get to it, they had to cross the open courtyard, right through the Scrambler's patrol route. A classic stealth challenge. It was a twisted, sadistic parody of the quests he used to excel at. "On my signal," Serafina breathed. "It reaches the far end of its path, it turns. The turn takes approximately 1.7 seconds. During that window, we run." Kaelin's muscles tensed. He watched the creature, his mind calculating the distance, the speed, his own physical limits. It was risky, insanely risky. The scrambler reached the end of its path, near their position. The metallic clang echoed in the alley. It began its turn. "Now," Serafina hissed. They bolted from behind the dumpster. They sprinted across the wet, cracked pavement of the courtyard. The red door seemed a mile away. Kaelin's lungs burned. He could hear the scrambler finishing its turn. The grinding sound started again. It had seen them. A new sound split the air. Not the dragon's roar this time, but a synthesized, piercing shriek. The aggro alert from level 1. The scrambler abandoned its patrol loop and charged. Its movements were no longer a rhythmic pace, but a horrifying, stuttering dash, its form blurring as it moved. They were 10 feet from the door. Serafina was slightly ahead of him. The scrambler was closing in fast, its glitched greatsword raised. They weren't going to make it. In a split-second decision born of 1,000 dungeon runs, Kalen shoved Serafina forward. "Go," he yelled. The shove sent her stumbling the last few feet. She slammed into the red door and fumbled with the handle. Kalen spun around, raising his heavy flashlight like a club. It was a desperate, suicidal gesture. The scrambler was on him. The pixelated static of its face was an inch from his own. He could smell ozone and hot metal. He swung the flashlight with all his might, aiming for its head. His makeshift weapon passed right through the creature's shimmering form with almost no resistance. It was like swinging through smoke. His attack was useless. The scrambler's sword came down. Kalen threw his arm up to shield his face, a futile, instinctual act. He braced for the impact, for the pain, for the end. The blow never landed. The scrambler froze, its sword inches from his head. Its form flickered violently. A new sound emerged from it, a high-pitched whine of distress. Its entire body began to convulse. It dropped its greatsword, which hit the pavement and dissolved into a shower of sparks. The creature clawed at its own chest with shimmering, unstable hands. Behind it, Serafina stood with her hand outstretched, her fingers splayed in a familiar gesture. It was the somatic component for arcane disruption, a low-level mage spell used to interrupt enemy spell casting. It's made of data," she gasped, her face pale with strain. "Pure information, my mind. I can't shape it like magic, but I can. Interfere with it. I can feel the code. It hurts." The scrambler shrieked again, a sound of a modem being ripped in half. Its form destabilized completely, collapsing in on itself in a vortex of swirling light and color. And then, with a soft, final pop, it vanished. Where the creature had stood, a single object lay on the wet ground. It was a small glass vial filled with a swirling red liquid. It glowed with a soft inner light, but like the scrambler, its form was not quite stable. Its edges flickered, and its texture seemed to pixelate and resolve in a constant, nauseating loop. A minor health potion, a glitched, corrupted ghost of an item from their old world. Serafina stumbled, her hand going to her head. A trickle of blood ran from her nose. The feedback, it's intense. Kalen rushed to her side, grabbing her arm to steady her. "You did it, Sira. You killed it." "I didn't kill it," she corrected, her voice shaky but firm. "I forced a fatal exception in its code." She looked from the potion on the ground to Kalen, her eyes wide with a terrifying new understanding. "You were right. This isn't a broken server. This is a new operating system, and I just figured out how to write my first line of code." Chapter 4: The Scribe and the System. The glitched health potion lay in a puddle, its crimson light pulsing with a sickly, unstable rhythm. It was the proof, the undeniable, terrifying artifact that bridged the gap between their two realities. Kalen stared at it, a knot of ice forming in his stomach, loot from a slain enemy. The fundamental cycle of the game was here, in this nightmare city. Serafina swayed and Kalen tightened his grip on her arm. "Are you okay? The blood." "I'm fine," she insisted, wiping her nose with the back of her hand, leaving a dark smear on her skin. It's a symptom of cognitive overload, direct neural interface with its raw code. It's like staring into the sun. My brain wasn't designed for that. Despite her words, she leaned on him, her breathing shallow. The effort had taken a serious toll. Kalen knelt and carefully picked up the vial. It felt both solid and intangible in his hand, its temperature shifting from cold to warm. The glass seemed to buzz against his palm. "What do we do with this?" "Analyze it," she said without hesitation, her inner scientist taking over. "But not here." The red door was unlocked. Kalen pushed it open, and they hurried inside, shutting the heavy door behind them and plunging the small courtyard into darkness. They were in a concrete stairwell, grim and dimly lit. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decay. For a moment, they just stood there in the relative quiet, the adrenaline slowly draining away, leaving a residue of exhaustion and profound dread. "That power," Kalen said, looking at her with a new sense of awe and fear. "Can you do it again?" She shook her head, leaning against the cold concrete wall. "I don't know, it wasn't like casting a spell. There was no mana, no incantation. I just focused on it, on its wrongness. I felt the structure of its code in my mind, a chaotic mess of conflicting commands. I found the central process loop, the thing that held it all together, and I just pushed with my thoughts." She shuddered. It pushed back. It felt like my own consciousness was about to unravel. They were in a world where a mage's spell was now a form of psychic hacking. A rogue's stealth was just staying in the shadows. Their classes, their identities had been translated into this new, gritty reality. He wondered about Jorik, the paladin. What did a man of faith and holy light become in a world without gods? What about Ando, the warlock who drew power from demonic pacts? What terrible bargains would he have to strike here? "We need a safe place," Callan said, his voice low. "Your room isn't safe anymore. They know where it is." "Agreed," Serafina murmured. "This building seems abandoned. It might do for now. We need to get higher. The lower levels are too accessible." They began to climb the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The building was a hollow shell. They passed floor after floor of empty offices, desks overturned, papers scattered across the floor like dead leaves. It looked as if it had been evacuated in a hurry long ago. It was a place of ghosts, a testament to a world that had existed before this one. Or perhaps it was just an asset, a piece of scenery never fully rendered because no one was meant to see it. After climbing 10 flights, they found a room that seemed secure. An old executive office with a heavy wooden door and a window that offered a commanding view of the city's oppressive architecture. The perpetual twilight outside cast long shadows across the dusty room. Serafina immediately went to a large mahogany desk, brushing away a layer of dust and placing the glitched potion in the center. She began to examine it, her focus absolute. Kalen stood guard by the door, listening to the sounds of the building. He could only hear the faint hum of the city and the wind whistling through a cracked pane of glass. "The composition is unstable," Serafina muttered, holding her hand over the vial, her eyes closed in concentration. "It's not a liquid. It's a packet of information, a healing command, wrapped in the visual signifier of a potion. If you drink this, it won't be fluid going down your throat. It will be raw data being written directly onto your physical code." And that's bad, Kalen asked. If the code is clean, it would heal you, but this is corrupted. There are stray commands, recursive loops, fragments of the scrambler's own routines mixed in. Drinking this, she opened her eyes and they were filled with a clinical horror. It could do anything. It might heal you. It might rewrite your arm into a screaming mouth. It might delete your circulatory system. It is a gamble of the highest order. Kalen looked at the potion, then at his own ghostly health bar. The temptation, the ingrained instinct to use a healing item when low on health, was a powerful one. He had to consciously fight the urge. He turned his attention to the window. From this high up, the city was a breathtaking, terrifying vista of light and shadow. He could see the silent, gliding vehicles, the colossal advertisements, and he saw something else. Down on the street, moving with an unnerving, fluid grace, were two figures. They were tall and thin, clad in sleek chrome armor that reflected the neon lights. They wore no helmets, their faces smooth and featureless like anatomical dolls. Warden units. He recognized the type from Serafina's description. They weren't moving randomly. They were patrolling, their heads turning in perfect sync as they scanned the area. As Kalen watched, a citizen, a normal-looking man in a trench coat, stumbled and fell. As he lay on the ground, his body flickered, just for a second, his texture warping like a bad video signal. He was an NPC and his program was glitching. The two warden units stopped their patrol instantly. They turned in unison and glided towards the fallen man. They did not run. They simply moved, their speed constant and unnatural. They flanked the man who was now clutching his head, his body spasming. One of the wardens reached down and placed a hand on his shoulder. There was no weapon, no violence. The man simply stopped spasming. He stood up, his movements calm and robotic, turned and walked directly into the side of a building. He did not stop or slow down. He phased through the solid wall and disappeared. The wardens watched him go, then resumed their patrol as if nothing had happened. Kalen felt sick. It was a deletion. A quiet, efficient, terrifyingly clean deletion of a corrupted file. That was the law in this city. System stability. And he and Serafina, the awakened, were the biggest sources of instability around. "Sierra," he said, his voice tight, "we have company." She joined him at the window. She watched the wardens for a long moment, her expression unreadable. "System maintenance protocols," she said. "Automated processes designed to maintain the integrity of the simulation. They are not hunting us, not specifically. They are hunting errors. Right now, we are just noise, but if we make too much noise—" Her voice trailed off as something new caught their attention. On the rain-slicked roof of the building across from them, a word began to form. White, chalk-like letters materialized out of thin air, written by an invisible hand. They follow the ERRORS. Scribe, it was watching them. It was teaching them. Kalen's eyes darted between the wardens below and the message on the roof. "It's helping us." "Is it?" Serafina countered. "Or is it pointing the wardens in our direction by creating a new anomaly for them to investigate?" As if in response, a new message began to write itself below the first one. The doctor FIXES, broken PICTURES. Find CORBIN. The name hung in the air between them. Corbin. The message was a directive, a quest objective. Scribe wasn't just giving them information, it was giving them a destination. Broken pictures, Kalen mused, his gaze drifting to the ghostly HUD in his own vision. It means the visual artifacts, our health bars. A doctor who can fix this, Serafina was skeptical. How? By what mechanism? I don't know, Kalen admitted, but it's the only lead we have. Scribe led us to the Scrambler and you learned you could fight back. Maybe it's leading us to an answer. Or a bigger trap, she warned. But there was less conviction in her voice now. The logic of survival was beginning to outweigh the logic of skepticism. They were rats in a maze, and Scribe was the only one offering them cheese. They had to at least see where the path led. Suddenly, Serafina gasped and stumbled away from the window, her hand flying to her temple. Ah! What is it? What's wrong? Down there, she said, pointing a trembling finger towards the street. The wardens, I can feel them in my head. It's not like the Scrambler. That was chaotic, messy code. This is clean, perfect. A wall of impenetrable firewalls and encryption. It's beautiful, and it's screaming at me to delete myself. The wardens below both stopped their patrol simultaneously. In perfect unison, their smooth, featureless faces tilted upwards, aiming directly at the window of the office where Kalen and Serafina were hiding. They had been detected. The noise had become too loud. Chapter 5. A different kind of surgery. The featureless chrome faces of the warden units remained locked on their position, 2 stories below. They were statues of polished, silent menace. The ambient hum of the city seemed to fade, replaced by a low, resonant thrumming that Kalen felt in his teeth. It was the sound of the system's attention, focused and malevolent. "We have to move," Kalen said, his voice a strained whisper. He grabbed Serafina's arm, pulling her away from the window. "Now." "Which way?" she gasped, still reeling from the psychic assault of the warden's code. "The stairs. They'll be waiting." "Number up." Kalen's eyes darted to the ceiling. His rogue's mind, accustomed to finding unconventional paths, was working furiously. "The roof. There has to be roof access." They fled the office, Serafina stumbling, Kalen practically dragging her. They found another stairwell at the end of the hall and began to climb. Every step echoed like a gunshot in the silent building. Kalen expected the door to burst open at any moment, to see the sleek forms of the wardens gliding towards them. The thrumming sound grew louder, vibrating through the concrete floor. The stairs ended at a heavy metal door with a wheel-like handle. Rusted letters above it read, "Roof Access." Kalen put his shoulder into it, grunting with effort. The mechanism was stiff from disuse. With a groan of tortured metal, it gave way and the door swung open, revealing the bruised purple sky of Veridia. They scrambled onto the flat, gravel-covered rooftop. The air was colder up here, the wind whipping at their jackets. The city spread out around them, a dizzying panorama of light and darkness. The thrumming intensified, and Kalen realized it was coming from the edge of the roof. He crept forward and peered over the parapet. The 2 warden units were scaling the sheer face of the building. They weren't climbing, They were flowing up the wall like mercury, their chrome bodies defying gravity. Their movements were silent, efficient, and utterly inhuman. They would be on the roof in seconds. "This way," Serafina shouted, pointing across the expanse of the roof. The neighboring building was slightly lower, separated from theirs by a 20-foot gap. A chasm. But spanning the gap were three thick, parallel pipes, crusted with rust and grime, some kind of utility conduit. It was a bridge, a terrifyingly precarious one. There was no other choice. They ran for it. The wind howled around them, trying to push them off balance. Kalen reached the edge first. The drop to the street below was at least 15 stories. A fall would not be an injury, it would be an erasure. He didn't let himself think. He jumped onto the central pipe, his worn shoes struggling for purchase on the curved, slick surface. He crouched low, his arms out for balance, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. Serafina landed on the pipe next to him, her movements surprisingly agile. The mage, the intellectual, had a core of steel. They began to shuffle across, one slow, agonizing step at a time. The pipes swayed under their weight. Below, the city lights swam dizzily. Kalen focused only on the rooftop ahead, not the terrifying emptiness beneath. He heard a soft, gliding sound behind him. He didn't need to look. He knew. A warden unit crested the edge of the roof they had just left. It stood there for a second, its featureless face tracking their slow progress. Then it began to walk towards them, stepping onto the pipes with an eerie, perfect balance. It did not shuffle. It walked as if on solid ground. "Faster," Kalen urged through gritted teeth. They picked up their pace, a reckless, clumsy scramble. The other rooftop was so close, 10 feet, 5. Kalen leaped the last few feet, his feet hitting the solid gravel of the next roof. He stumbled but stayed upright. He turned to help Serafina, but she was already jumping. She landed beside him and they both collapsed, gasping for air. The warden unit was halfway across the pipes. It continued its steady, unhurried advance. It knew it had them. Suddenly, its chrome foot slipped on a patch of rust. For a fraction of a second, its perfect balance failed. It flailed, its sleek form tipping sideways. It did not scream. It made no sound at all as it fell, a silent, silver teardrop disappearing into the city's dark canyons. Kalen and Serafina stared, stunned into silence. Had they just gotten lucky? The second warden unit appeared on the first roof. It looked at the pipes, then at them. It tilted its head. Then it turned and flowed back down the side of the building, disappearing from sight. The thrumming sound faded. "It miscalculated," Serafina said, her voice filled with disbelief. Its physics model for the pipe's surface friction was flawed. It made an error. The system wasn't perfect. Its enforcers were not gods. They could make mistakes. It was the first real spark of hope Kalen had felt since waking up in this nightmare. They spent the next few hours navigating the city's rooftops, a high-altitude wilderness of vents, pipes, and gravel. It was safer than the streets. They were ghosts in the concrete sky. Following Scribe's command, they began their search for Corbin. It was a vague instruction, but in this world they learned to follow the whispers of the system. They looked for signs, for anomalies. They found their next clue in the underbelly of a massive transit hub. The name Corbin was spray-painted on a wall, an arrow pointing down a dark, narrow maintenance corridor. It was a different style from Scribe's pristine chalk, cruder, more human. It seemed they weren't the only ones who had been given this quest. The corridor led them to a slum, a district of the city crammed into the shadowy foundations of the gleaming skyscrapers above. Here, the buildings were patched together from scrap metal and scavenged parts. Wires hung like vines, dripping water into the perpetually dark and narrow streets. The air was thick with the smell of damp metal, cooking fumes, and unwashed bodies. The inhabitants eyed them with suspicion, their faces grim and weary. They found the place from the whispers they gathered by trading a scavenged battery for information. It was not a clinic, not a hospital. It was a small, grimy shop with a flickering neon sign that read, Dr. Corbin, Perceptual Realignment. The inside was even more unsettling. It was one part electronics repair shop, one part butcher shop. Wires and circuit boards were piled high on shelves next to trays of strange, metallic surgical instruments. The room hummed with the energy of jury-rigged power supplies. In the center of the room, a figure sat strapped into a chair that looked like a nightmare version of a dentist's seat, a complex metal helmet covering their head, connected by thick cables to a humming console. A man emerged from the shadows. He was short, stout, and balding, with thick glasses perched on his nose. He wore a stained, white coat over a dirty jumpsuit. He wiped his greasy hands on a rag. "New patients?" he asked, his voice a gravelly wheeze. "Or just gawkers I charge for gawking?" This was Dr. Corbin. "The scribe sent us," Kalen said, his hand tightening on the flashlight in his pocket. Corbin's eyes narrowed behind his thick lenses. Ah, the ghost in the machine. Its referrals are always the most interesting cases. He gestured to the person in the chair. "Fresh off the wire. Woke up in a shipping container 3 days ago. Thought he was still a paladin of the silver flame." Kalen and Serafina looked at the patient. He was muttering to himself, his words a mix of prayers and curses from level 1. "We have the sickness," Serafina said, choosing her words carefully. "The broken pictures." "The interface sickness," Corbin corrected, a flicker of professional pride in his voice. "A common ailment for the newly awakened. A persistent data ghost from your previous session. Annoying, isn't it? That little health bar always reminding you that this isn't real." He smirked. "I can fix that. I can scrape the residue of the old OS from your personal code. I can make the pictures go away." "How?" Kalen asked, his suspicion palpable. "Surgery, of course," Corbin said, gesturing with a tool that looked like a soldering iron with a sharp, vibrating needle at its tip. "Not on the body, on the mind. I go into your core perception files, find the corrupted data strings, and I burn them out." He turned to the console next to the chair and flipped a switch. The patient in the chair began to tremble. The helmet on his head glowed and a high-pitched whine filled the room. The patient screamed, a raw, agonized sound that was abruptly cut off. His body went limp. Corbin made a few adjustments on the console, then walked over and removed the helmet. The patient's eyes were open, but they were blank, empty. He stared straight ahead, a thin line of drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was breathing, but there was nothing behind his eyes. "There," Corbin said with satisfaction. "No more pictures, no more voices, no more memories of being a paladin, clean as a freshly formatted drive." Kalen and Serafina stared in horror. The cure was a lobotomy, a psychic scouring that removed the glitch by removing the person. "He's a vegetable," Serafina whispered, her voice trembling with rage. "He is stable," Corbin countered, cleaning the needle of his tool on his coat. "He is no longer an anomaly. The system will ignore him now. He is, for all intents and purposes, safe. That's what you want, isn't it, to be safe?" He turned to them, a predatory gleam in his eye. "So, who's next?" He offered them the ultimate, terrifying choice. Live in this world as flawed, hunted anomalies, constantly reminded of the lie, or submit to his cure and have the lie erased at the cost of their own souls. Before they could answer, the door to the shop slid open with a sharp hiss. A warden unit stood framed in the doorway, its chrome body seeming to drink the dim light from the room. Its featureless face turned from Corbin to the catatonic patient, and then settled on Kalen and Serafina. It had followed them, or it had been led here. They were cornered in a madman's surgery with a soulless monster at the door. Scribe had not led them to a cure. It had led them to a new kind of hell. Chapter 6: The Logic of Paranoia. The warden unit stood motionless in the doorway, a chrome statue blocking their only escape. Its silence was more terrifying than any threat. The low thrumming returned, a resonant frequency that vibrated in Kalen's bones, a harbinger of system-level authority. Dr. Corbin, to his credit, barely flinched. He simply scowled at the machine. "This is a designated private enterprise zone," Corbin wheezed, tapping a grimy finger on a faded, official-looking document pinned to the wall. "You have no jurisdiction here unless a public stability ordinance is violated. No ordinance has been violated." The warden's featureless face tilted slightly, an almost curious gesture. It did not respond, but Kalen felt a pressure in his mind, a faint echo of the overwhelming psychic scream Serafina had described. This was the system's will, cold and absolute, and it was focused on them. "They are the violation," a new voice said. From the shadows behind the warden, a figure emerged. It was a man, tall and gaunt, with a face that seemed carved from granite. He wore a long, dark coat, and his eyes, a pale, piercing gray, held a chilling intensity. He looked at Kalen and Serafina not as people, but as problems to be solved. "Their very existence is a paradox," the man continued, his voice calm and measured. "They carry the resonance of a deleted world. They are data ghosts, and they destabilize the system by their presence." "Who are you?" Kalen demanded, his hand gripping the heavy flashlight in his pocket so tightly his knuckles were white. "I am Cashin," the man said. He gestured vaguely to the warden. "I am a contractor. I help our silent partners maintain the integrity of Veridia. I find anomalies. And you too," he said, his gaze settling on them, "are the most potent anomalies I have seen in cycles." Corbin grumbled. They were about to receive treatment. The anomaly was being corrected. Cashin ignored him. "The scribe led you here," he stated, his eyes narrowing. "It has taken an interest in you. This is unusual. The ghost in the machine is typically a passive observer. It records, it comments, but it rarely directs." "What is scribe?" Serafina asked, her voice steady despite the warden looming beside her. She had taken a half-step behind Kalen, not out of fear, but into a tactical position, her eyes darting between Cassian and the machine, analyzing them. "It is the city's memory," Cassian replied, a hint of something like reverence in his tone. "A subconscious process that archives everything, every conversation, every transaction, every deletion. Some believe it is the architect's own log file, granted a form of primitive sentience." He took a step into the room. The warden remained at the door. "And it has set you on a path. I want to know why." This was a new dynamic, not just a mindless monster or an automated process. This was an intelligent adversary, a hunter. Kalen's mind raced. Corbin's surgery was a dead end, a trap. The warden was an executioner. Cassian was the only variable, the only unknown. He seemed more interested in information than immediate deletion. It was a slim chance, but it was the only one they had. "We don't know why," Kalen said, his voice level. "We woke up in an alley. We're just trying to survive." "Survival is not the primary objective in this world," Cassian said coolly. "Stability is, and you threaten it. However, your unique status as legacy players from a deprecated build makes you valuable data points." He paused, his gray eyes seeming to look right through them. "I will offer you a choice. Surrender to me for analysis. Your consciousness will be cataloged, your memories archived, and then you will be painlessly wiped. Your data will serve a purpose. Or you can be designated as hostile threats, and the warden will perform a summary deletion right here. The process is less clean." It was no choice at all. Annihilation or annihilation. Serafina made the first move. Kalen saw her hand twitch, her fingers forming a complex sign he didn't recognize from level 1. It was a new gesture, something she was creating on the fly. She was aiming not at the warden, but at the humming console next to the lobotomy chair. "You think your little parlor tricks will work?" Cassian sneered, a flicker of movement under his coat suggesting he was reaching for a weapon. Serafina's eyes narrowed in concentration. A trickle of blood reappeared at her nose. The console beside the chair sparked violently. The lights in the shop flickered, and the humming of the power supplies surged into a deafening roar. The helmet on the catatonic patient's head began to glow with a blinding white light. Corbin screamed, a sound of pure terror. "My equipment, you'll cause a core overload." He lunged for the console, but it was too late. With a deafening boom, the console exploded, sending a shower of sparks and shrapnel across the room. The force of the blast threw Kalen and Serafina backwards. Kalen hit the floor hard, his head cracking against the concrete. The room was plunged into darkness, save for the flickering, hellish light of burning components. Through the ringing in his ears, Kalen heard the high-pitched shriek of the warden. It was a sound of system damage, of pain. The explosion, a massive surge of chaotic energy and corrupted data, had hit it at point-blank range. He pushed himself up, his vision swimming. The warden was spasming in the doorway, its chrome body flickering, patches of raw, untextured gray appearing on its form. It was wounded. Cassian was on the floor, groaning, a piece of shrapnel embedded in his shoulder. "Go now," Serafina yelled, already on her feet and running. Kaelin staggered after her. They leaped over Cassian's prone form and past the twitching warden. They burst out into the grimy street and ran, not looking back. The sounds of the slum enveloped them, but they could still hear the shrieking of the damaged warden behind them, a sound that promised retribution. They ducked into another alley, then another, weaving a panicked, desperate path through the labyrinthine streets. They didn't stop until their lungs were on fire and their legs burned with exhaustion. They found refuge in the husk of a burned-out building, crouching in the darkness of a collapsed basement. For a long time, there was only the sound of their own ragged breathing. Your magic," Kaelin finally gasped. "Not magic," Serafina corrected, her voice strained. She was leaning against a crumbling wall, her face pale in the gloom. "I didn't target the warden. I targeted Corbin's power source. I found its primary function, shunting massive amounts of energy into the helmet, and wrote a single line of code in its command queue. Execute, but remove all safeties and regulators. I turned his machine into a bomb." Kaelin stared at her, his mind reeling. She was a weapon. In this world of systems and code, her mind was an arsenal, but the cost was steep. Her nose was bleeding freely now, and she looked utterly spent. "We made an enemy of that man, Cassian," Kaelin said, thinking of the contractor's cold, analytical eyes. "He's not a machine. He'll learn, he'll adapt." "I know," she said. She held up a hand to silence him. "Listen." Kaelin strained his ears. Over the distant city hum, he could hear something new. A faint, rhythmic chiming sound. It was coming from deeper within the basement. They moved cautiously through the rubble, their footsteps crunching on broken glass and debris. The chiming grew louder. It was a pure, melodic tone, completely out of place in the decay surrounding them. They found the source in the far corner of the basement. It was a small, ornate box, like a music box, sitting on a pile of rubble. It was made of a dark, polished wood that seemed to drink the light. As they approached, the chiming stopped. The lid of the box creaked open on its own. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was not a dancing ballerina, but a single, intricately folded piece of parchment. It was not a message from scribe. The parchment was old, real, and smelled of dust and time. Kaelin picked it up. His phantom HUD flickered in the corner of his eye as he touched it. Quest item ACQIRED, JORIC's vow. His breath hitched. Jorik, their friend, the paladin. He carefully unfolded the parchment. Inside, written in Jorik's familiar, blocky handwriting, were a few lines of text. It wasn't a letter. It was a promise. "I swear by the light that is my life, I will not be a tool of this dark world. I will not be a number. I will not be an error to be deleted. I will be a shield for the lost. I will build a sanctuary. I will build haven." Below the vow was a crude, hand-drawn map. It was a map of a section of the city's sewer system. One location was circled, marked with a symbol, a hammer crossed with a sword, the symbol of the paladins of the silver flame. He's alive, Kalen whispered, a surge of desperate hope rising in him. Jorik is alive, and he's fighting back. Serafina looked at the map, her expression a mixture of relief and deep concern. A sanctuary, a haven, in the sewers. She looked at Kalen, her eyes grim. If we found this, Cashin can too. This isn't just a map to our friend, it's a map to his tomb if we lead them to him. The choice was clear. They had to go. But they were no longer just running for their own survival. They were now the bearers of a secret that could mean the salvation or the destruction of their oldest friend. And they knew a hunter was on their trail, a man who understood the logic of this world far better than they did. They had to stop thinking like players. They had to start thinking like fugitives. Chapter 7: Echoes in the Underdark. The entrance to the sewer system was a circular grate in the floor of a long-abandoned industrial warehouse. Rust had sealed it shut. It took Kalen and Serafina the better part of an hour, using a length of rebar as a lever to pry it open. The sound of metal screeching against metal was deafening in the cavernous space, and every noise sent a fresh wave of paranoia through Kalen. He kept expecting to see Cashin's silhouette in a doorway or the gleaming chrome of a warden. The air that rose from the opening was foul, a thick miasma of decay and chemicals. It was a stark contrast to the sterile, artificially scented air of the dungeons in Level 1. This was real filth, real decay. Jorik was never a fan of sewers, Kalen muttered, peering into the blackness below. He always complained about the rust on his armor. Perhaps he's developed a tolerance, Serafina replied, her voice tight. She was holding the parchment map, her eyes scanning the crude drawings as if trying to memorize every line. The map is simple. It marks 3 major junctions. We follow the main water flow pipe from here to the second junction, then divert into a smaller maintenance tunnel. Haven should be somewhere beyond the third. They climbed down a rusted iron ladder into the darkness. Kalen went first, his flashlight beam cutting a shaky circle into the gloom. They landed on a narrow walkway slick with slime, a torrent of murky, foul-smelling water rushing past them in a wide channel. The only light was from their flashlights. The air was heavy and cold. The sounds of the city above were gone, replaced by the constant roar of the water and a disquieting, dripping echo. It was a new kind of darkness. Not the magical darkness of a crypt which could be banished by a spell, but a physical, oppressive blackness that seemed to swallow the light. Kalen's phantom HUD was a faint, mocking glow in his peripheral vision, a reminder of a world where he could have activated a night vision skill. Here, he was as blind as anyone else. They began to walk, following the narrow path alongside the rushing water. The map was their only guide. Every drip from the ceiling, every skittering sound from the shadows made Kalen jump. This place felt ancient, forgotten. It was the city's digestive tract, the place where all the filth and refuse was processed, unseen and unthought of. After 20 minutes of walking, Serafina stopped. "Wait," she whispered, putting a hand on Kalen's arm. She switched off her flashlight. Kalen immediately did the same, plunging them into absolute blackness. "What is it?" he breathed, his voice swallowed by the roar of the water. "Listen," she urged. He strained his ears. Over the sound of the sewer he heard it, a faint, rhythmic chanting. It was a deep, guttural sound, rising and falling in a steady cadence. It was a sound he knew well. It was the sound of goblin shaman rituals from the Bloodrock Deeps in Level 1. He felt a cold dread snake its way up his spine. The scramblers were not the only things that had bled through from the old world. Serafina switched her light back on but kept the beam pointed at the floor. There ahead, near the first junction. They moved forward more slowly now, their footsteps silent on the slimy walkway. The chanting grew louder, echoing off the curved stone walls. They reached a bend in the tunnel and Kalen peered cautiously around it. The tunnel opened into a large, circular chamber where several channels converged. In the center of the chamber, on a raised stone platform, was a gathering of creatures. They were small, hunched, with long arms and cruel, sharp-featured faces. They wore crude leather and bone armor, goblins, or the glitched, corrupted echoes of them. Their forms were more stable than the scramblers, but their skin had a strange, shifting texture, like oil on water. They were gathered around a fire, but it was not a real fire. It was a column of flickering, orange light, a piece of faulty code that emitted no heat and cast no shadows. In the center of the goblin circle, a larger one, a shaman, was chanting, shaking a staff topped with a glowing, pixelated skull. "Their code is more coherent," Serafina whispered, her mind already analyzing the threat. "They're not just random fragments like the scramblers. This feels like a complete NPC package, copy-pasted into the wrong environment." As they watched, one of the goblins dragged a writhing bag to the edge of the platform. It cut the bag open and a creature spilled out. It was a rat, but huge, the size of a small dog, its eyes glowing a malevolent red. A dire rat from the game. It squealed and tried to scurry away, but the goblins fell upon it, their crude weapons making wet, sickening sounds. They weren't just executing a programmed routine. They were hunting. They were adapting. "We can't fight that many," Kalen said, his voice low. "We need to get past them without being seen." He scanned the chamber. Their walkway continued around the edge of the room. Most of it was cloaked in shadow, outside the immediate glow of the code fire. If they were quiet, they could make it. It was a risk, but it was their only path forward. They began to move, hugging the damp stone wall, their bodies half hidden in the darkness. The stench of the goblins and the foul sewer water was overwhelming. Kalen moved with a practiced stealth that was second nature, placing each foot carefully, his senses on high alert. They were halfway across the chamber when one of the goblins on the platform suddenly stopped its feasting. It lifted its head and sniffed the air, its snout twitching. Its beady eyes swiveled, piercing the darkness and fixed directly on their position. It let out a shrill, piercing cry. Instantly, the entire goblin war party was on its feet, brandishing their crude weapons and shrieking. The shaman's chanting stopped. It turned, and the pixelated skull on its staff flared with a bright, angry light. "Run!" Kalen yelled. They abandoned stealth and broke into a desperate sprint along the walkway. Arrows, crude and poorly made, whistled past their heads, clattering against the stone wall. The goblins surged after them, their movements fast and scuttling. They reached the far side of the chamber, where the main channel continued into another tunnel. According to the map, this was the way. They plunged into the darkness of the new tunnel, the shrieks of the goblins echoing behind them. They ran blindly, Kalen's flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of them. The walkway was uneven, and he stumbled, catching himself before he could fall into the rushing water. He could hear the scrabbling claws of the goblins behind them, gaining on them. The tunnel ahead began to glow, a soft, warm, yellow light. It was a light Kalen had not seen since he left Level 1. It was the light of a holy spell. They burst out of the tunnel into another, smaller chamber. This one was different. It was clean. The walls were scrubbed, the walkway dry. The air smelled of incense, not filth. In the center of the room, a man stood waiting for them. He was huge, a mountain of muscle clad in makeshift armor cobbled together from scrap metal, but it was polished to a mirror shine. In his hands, he held a massive hammer, its head a repurposed engine block, but it glowed with a soft, internal luminescence. His face was broad and kind, his beard neatly trimmed. It was Jorik. But his eyes were not the cheerful, boisterous eyes Kalen remembered. They were hard, weary, and filled with a fanatic's fire. "The light guided you to me," Jorik said, his voice a low rumble that filled the chamber. He looked not at Kalen or Seraphina, but at the dark tunnel they had just emerged from. He raised his glowing hammer. "And it has brought vipers to my doorstep." The first of the goblins spilled out of the tunnel. It saw Jorik and his glowing weapon and skidded to a halt, hissing. Jorik smiled, a grim, joyless expression. "Be cleansed in holy fire, filth." He charged. He moved with a speed and power that defied his size, his hammer held high. He swung the massive weapon in a wide, glowing arc, and it connected with the goblin war party with a sound like a thunderclap. The blast of holy energy was blinding. The goblins shrieked as they were consumed by the light, their corrupted forms dissolving not into pixels, but into ash. In a matter of seconds, it was over. The tunnel was empty. The chamber was silent, save for the crackling energy fatting from Jorik's hammer. He turned to them, his chest heaving. "Kalen, Seraphina, I knew you were alive. The light showed me a vision." "Jorik," Kalen breathed, a wave of relief washing over him. "It's you. It's really you." Jorik nodded, but his smile didn't reach his weary eyes. He looked them over, his gaze lingering on Seraphina's pale face and Kalen's ragged appearance. "You are tired. You are hunted, but you are safe now." He gestured deeper into the chamber, to an archway covered by a heavy canvas curtain. "Welcome to Haven, the last bastion of the light in this godless world." Chapter 8: The Doctrine of Haven. Jorik pulled back the heavy canvas curtain, revealing a space that was both wondrous and deeply unsettling. The chamber beyond was vast, a natural cavern that had been expanded and reinforced. The air was warm and dry. The glow of Jorik's hammer was not the only source of light. Dozens of floating, softly glowing motes of golden energy drifted near the ceiling, casting a warm, gentle light over the entire area. It was a piece of Level 1, a pocket of holy ground carved out of the filth and decay of the Veridia sewers. A small community of people, perhaps 30 in all, resided here. They were gathered around campfires, mending clothes, cleaning weapons, or simply sitting in quiet contemplation. Kalen saw a few faces he recognized from their old guild, the Crimson Covenant. A healer named Lyra, a burly warrior named Gregor. Their faces were thinner, harder, but they were alive. They all looked up as Jorik entered with Kalen and Seraphina. They did not cheer or rush to greet them. They simply watched, their expressions a mixture of hope and deep-seated caution. A young boy, no older than 12, ran to Jorik's side. It was Ando, the warlock. He was not the cocky, power-hungry teenager Kalen remembered. He was quiet, subdued, and he clung to Jorik's side like a frightened child. "More of the awakened, Lord Jorik," Ando said, his voice barely a whisper. "They are friends, Ando," Jorik said, placing a massive hand on the boy's shoulder. "They are Kalen the rogue and Seraphina the mage. They are heroes." The titles felt hollow, like clothes that no longer fit. Kalen felt the eyes of the community on him, their gazes filled with a desperate expectation he knew he couldn't fulfill. Jorik led them towards a fire in the center of the cavern. "Sit," he said, his voice softening. "Rest, you have traveled far." As they sat on crude wooden benches, Lyra, the healer, brought them bowls of a thin, warm stew and cups of clean water. It was the first real food Kalen had eaten since waking up in the alley, and he devoured it. "How did you do this, Jorik?" Kalen asked, gesturing to the glowing cavern. "This place, it's impossible." "Nothing is impossible with faith," Jorik replied, his voice resonating with conviction. He rested his glowing hammer on the ground beside him. "When I awoke in this world, I was alone. I was in despair. This world is a void, a place without gods, without light. But the light was not gone. It was inside me, a spark, a memory of the truth." He leaned forward, his eyes burning with intensity. "This world, Veridia, it is a lie constructed by some dark architect. Its code is the scripture of that lie. But our code, the code of the awakened, still contains fragments of the truth. Of level 1, our memories, our skills, they are holy relics." Seraphina, who had been listening silently, finally spoke. "You found a way to manifest your abilities, your hammer, the lights. How?" Jorik smiled. "Through prayer, through focus. I reached into myself, into the memory of my power, and I pulled it forth. I used my own faith as a catalyst to rewrite the code of this world around me. This cavern, it is a manifestation of my will, a bubble of sanctity in an ocean of corruption." He looked at his followers. "I have taught others. We pool our faith, our focus. Together we maintain this sanctuary." "You're a living server, Jorik," Seraphina murmured, her analytical mind processing the information. "You're running a localized instance of level 1 code, using your own consciousness as the processor." She looked at him with a new respect, but also with deep concern. "The processing load must be immense. What is the cost?" Jorik's smile faded. "The cost is focus, constant, unwavering faith. If my will falters, if my belief wavers for even a second, Haven will collapse, the darkness will rush in, the code will reassert itself." He looked down at his calloused hands. "It is a heavy burden, but it is one I must bear." Kalen looked around at the faces of the community. They were watching Jorik with an adoration that bordered on worship. He was not just their leader, he was their god. His will was the only thing keeping their world from dissolving into the nightmare outside. Ando, Kaelin said, looking at the young warlock. You were a warlock. You drew power from demons. Ando flinched at the word. The whispers of the void are lies, he said, his voice trembling. He recited the words as if from memory. They offer power, but it is the power of the architect's code. It is a trap. The Lord Jorik has cleansed me. I follow the light now. He would not meet Kaelin's eye. Kaelin felt a chill. Jorik wasn't just offering sanctuary. He was offering a new religion with himself as its prophet. He was purging his followers of their old identities, their old powers, if they didn't conform to his doctrine of the light. We met a man, Seraphina said, changing the subject. His name was Cashin. He hunts us. He calls us anomalies. Jorik's expression darkened. The architect's inquisitor. I have heard of him. He is a shepherd who leads the flock to the slaughter. He preys on the weak and the lost. He looked at them, his eyes hard. You are safe from him here. My light masks our presence from the system. We are a null space, a blind spot in the architect's vision. Later that evening, Jorik gave them a tour of Haven. He showed them their small hydroponic gardens where they grew edible fungi under the glow of the holy moats. He showed them the armory where they fashioned weapons from scrap. And he showed them the infirmary where Lyra, the healer, tended to the sick. Kaelin saw a man lying on a cot, his body flickering like a bad signal. What's wrong with him? He asked. The sickness, Lyra said, her voice heavy with sadness. His faith wavered. He began to doubt. The code of this world is like a disease. Once doubt creates an opening, it seeps in. It corrupts you from the inside out. He is becoming a scrambler. Can you heal him? Seraphina asked. Lyra shook her head. My healing abilities are tied to the light. I can mend wounds of the flesh, but this is a sickness of the soul, of the code itself. If his own will is not strong enough to fight it, the light cannot help him. They were not just fighting the monsters outside. They were fighting a battle within their own minds. Faith was not just a belief system here. It was a firewall. As they walked back to the main cavern, Kaelin noticed something. A small, sealed-off tunnel at the far end of Haven. Two of Jorik's most devout followers stood guard before it, their faces grim. What's in there? Kaelin asked. Jorik's expression became guarded. That is the penitent's chamber. It is for those whose faith is tested, those who hear the whispers of the void. It is a place for them to pray, to meditate, until their connection to the light is restored. Kaelin felt a deep unease. It sounded less like a prayer chamber and more like a prison cell. That night, Kaelin and Seraphina were given a small, private alcove to sleep in. The soft, holy light and the warmth of the cavern were a comfort, but Kaelin couldn't sleep. The rigid doctrine of Haven, the fanatical devotion in the eyes of its followers, the fate of the man in the infirmary, it all felt wrong. This sanctuary felt like a gilded cage. He saw that Seraphina was also awake, staring at the glowing motes on the ceiling. He's created a cult, she whispered, so softly he could barely hear her. He's keeping these people alive, Kaelin countered, though he shared her unease. He's keeping them alive by forcing them to abandon who they were, she shot back. He's purging any power, any identity that doesn't fit his narrative. Look at Ando. He's terrified. Jorik cleansed him. What do you think that means? What do you think is in the penitent's chamber? Kalen had no answer. His power is impressive, Serafina continued, her analytical mind working. But it's a single point of failure. If Jorik falls or if his faith breaks, all of this, she gestured to the cavern, all of them will be consumed. He has built a beautiful, fragile world on a foundation of absolute dogma. That is not a fortress. It is a time bomb. Before Kalen could reply, a faint sound reached them from the entrance to Haven. A sharp, metallic clang. It was a sound Kalen had heard before. The sound a steel boot makes on a metal grate. He and Serafina exchanged a look of pure dread. It was the sound Cassian made when he walked. The hunter had found them. The blind spot had failed. Chapter 9: A Breach of Faith. The clang echoed through the cavern, a profane sound in a sacred space. Instantly, the quiet hum of Haven ceased. The conversation stopped. The followers who had been resting or working were on their feet, their faces turning towards the canvas curtain at the entrance. Their expressions were a mixture of fear and defiance. Jorik rose to his full height, his face a mask of cold fury. He gripped his glowing hammer, its light intensifying, casting sharp shadows on the cavern walls. "The Inquisitor," he snarled. "He dares bring his filth into my sanctuary." He strode towards the entrance, his followers parting before him like a wave. Kalen and Serafina exchanged a look of alarm. Jorik's strategy was a frontal assault. No tactics, no subtlety, just pure, righteous power. It was the way of a paladin, but in this world, Kalen suspected it was a fatal error. "Wait, Jorik," Kalen called out, moving to intercept him. "He knew we were coming here. This is a trap." "This is my domain, rogue," Jorik boomed, not breaking his stride. "His tricks have no power here. The light will burn away his corruption." The canvas curtain was thrown aside. Cassian stood there, framed by the dark, foul-smelling sewer tunnel. He was not alone. Flanking him were two warden units, their chrome bodies seeming to absorb the holy light of the cavern, creating pockets of oppressive shadow around them. Cassian smiled, a thin, cruel slash of a smile. "Lord Jorik, your little bubble of reality is impressive, a masterful piece of unauthorized code execution, but you've made a classic error. You've built your fortress on unstable ground. Your empty words are meaningless, servant of the lie," Jorik roared, raising his hammer. "You are trespassers. Prepare to be judged." He was about to charge, but Cassian held up a hand. "Before you start your righteous crusade, you should know that I did not find this place. You led me here." He nodded towards Kalen and Serafina. "Your heroes. Their code is riddled with trackers, legacy protocols from their old world. I simply followed the signal. They were the breadcrumbs that led me to your door." The followers of Haven turned to look at Kalen and Serafina. Their expressions, once filled with hope, were now tainted with suspicion and fear. They had brought the wolves to the flock. Jorik hesitated, his conviction wavering for a fraction of a second. Kalen saw the golden light of his hammer flicker. "Lies," Jorik bellowed, recovering himself. "Tricks to sow dissent. The light will not be deceived." He charged. It was a magnificent, terrifying sight. He was a demigod of righteous fury, his hammer leaving a trail of golden energy in the air. The two warden units glided forward to meet him, their movements silent and precise. Jorik's hammer crashed against the first warden. The impact was immense, a sound of thunder and shattering steel. The warden was thrown backwards, its chrome body dented and cracked, sparks flying from its joints. But it was not destroyed. It staggered, then began to rise, its internal repair systems already working. The second warden moved in, its hand lashing out with impossible speed. It was not a punch, but a precise, surgical strike. It struck Jorik's side. There was no visible wound, but Jorik cried out, a raw sound of pain. The light of his hammer flickered violently. "His abilities are not physical," Serafina said to Kaelin, her voice low and urgent. "They are conceptual. That warden isn't just hitting him, it's injecting a command, a pain status effect. It's attacking his mind, his focus." The battle was a clash of two different realities. Jorik's holy power, a force of pure, unyielding belief, against the cold, implacable logic of the system. Cassian watched from the entrance, his face calm and analytical. He was observing, gathering data. The first warden was back on its feet. The two machines advanced on Jorik, their attacks coordinated. One would engage him physically, forcing him to block with his hammer, while the other would strike with its data-injecting attacks. Jorik fought with the fury of a cornered lion, but he was being worn down. With every blow he took, the golden light of the cavern dimmed. The followers of Haven gasped, their faces filled with terror as their world began to fail. The floating motes of light near the ceiling began to flicker out, one by one. The warm air grew cold. The foul smell of the sewer began to seep back into the cavern. "His focus is breaking," Serafina said. "If he falls, the whole sanctuary collapses. They'll all be slaughtered." Kaelin knew she was right. They had to do something. He scanned the cavern, his rogue's mind looking for an advantage, an opening. He saw Ando, the young warlock, cowering behind a pile of crates, his face ashen with terror. He saw the guarded tunnel at the back of the cavern, the penitent's chamber. An idea, desperate and terrible, sparked in his mind. "Ando," Kaelin yelled, running towards the boy. "What did Jorik do to you? How did he cleanse you?" Ando looked up, his eyes wide with fear. He showed me the light. He made me renounce the void." "He suppressed your power," Kaelin said, grabbing the boy's shoulders. "But it's not gone, is it? It's still inside you, the whispers you hear, the pacts you made. They are still part of your code." "No," Ando cried, shaking his head. "The whispers are lies, the Lord Jorik said." "Jorik is losing," Kaelin snapped, his voice harsh. "His light is failing, but your power. It's not from this world, but it's not from level 1 either. The void, the demons, they are a third system, aren't they? A different kind of power. You can fight them." Serafina was at his side. "He's right, Ando. Conceptually, your warlock abilities are a form of external data channeling. You don't rewrite the code like Jorik. You create a temporary connection to an outside server, a forbidden one, and stream its power. You could disrupt them." Tears streamed down Ando's face. "But he'll excommunicate me. He'll put me in the penitent's chamber." "We're all going to be deleted if you don't act," Kaelin urged. You have to choose his faith or our lives." As he spoke, Jorik roared in agony. One of the wardens had driven its hand deep into his shoulder. The holy light of his hammer sputtered and died. The last of the floating motes winked out, plunging the cavern into a terrifying, near-total darkness, relieved only by the cold, sterile glow of the warden's internal systems. The followers of Haven screamed as the comforting reality of their sanctuary dissolved around them. The walls seemed to shift, the scrubbed stone flickering, revealing the slimy, filth-covered sewer walls beneath. Haven was broken. In the gloom, Kalen saw Cashin smile. "The unstable foundation collapses," he said calmly. "Deletion protocol activate." The wardens turned from the fallen Jorik. Their featureless faces scanned the terrified, disoriented followers. Their mission was no longer to subdue a target, but to cleanse a site. This was the moment. Ando looked from the advancing wardens to Kylan, his face a mask of terror and indecision. "The penitent's chamber," Kylan said, his voice a low, desperate command. "What's in there, Ando? Who's in there?" Ando's resolve shattered. "The others," he sobbed. "The ones whose faith wasn't strong enough. The ones who wouldn't renounce their old selves. He locked them away." Kalen's blood ran cold. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. "Seraphina, get Jorik out of there," he commanded. Then he turned and sprinted towards the back of the cavern, towards the sealed tunnel. The others, the unbelievers, the ones who had clung to their own powers, they were the key. Jorik's fanatical faith had been his fortress, but his intolerance had been his fatal flaw. He had locked away his own best weapons. Chapter 10: Unorthodox Salvation. The two guards at the penitent's chamber were Jorik's most zealous disciples. They stood their ground even as the reality of Haven dissolved around them, their faces set with grim determination. The holy light was gone, but their faith, it seemed, was absolute. "Stand aside," Kalen ordered, skidding to a halt before them. "I need to open that door." "This is a sacred place," the first guard, a man named Marcus, declared. "The unclean are in there purging their sin. They cannot be disturbed." "Your leader is down. Your whole world is collapsing," Kalen yelled, his voice raw with desperation. He could hear the first screams from the main cavern as the wardens began their grim work. "The people in there are our only chance." "Our only chance is the light," the second guard replied, his hand resting on the hilt of a crude, scrap metal sword. "We will hold our posts, as the Lord Jorik commanded." There was no time to reason with them. Kalen's eyes darted around. The door to the chamber was a heavy slab of metal, barred from the outside by a thick iron beam. He couldn't move it alone. He needed a distraction. He looked back towards the main cavern. In the flickering gloom, he could see Seraphina struggling to drag the massive, wounded Jorik away from the battle. The wardens were moving methodically through the terrified crowd, their hands lashing out. When they touched someone, the person would simply freeze, their body flickering, before collapsing into a shower of disintegrating pixels. It was a silent, efficient massacre. He saw Ando, still frozen by fear, watching the carnage. But something had changed in the boy's eyes. The terror was being replaced by a slow-burning rage. "Ando," Kalen shouted, his voice echoing in the collapsing cavern. "Your power is not a sin. It's who you are. Use it." Ando looked at the guards standing before Kalen, then at the wardens executing his friends. He looked at the face of a woman who had been kind to him as she was erased from existence. A sob escaped his lips, a sound of profound grief and rage. He squeezed his eyes shut. I open the door," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I call upon the gatekeeper. I offer my fear as tribute. Hear me." The air around Ando grew cold. A purple, sickly light began to emanate from him. The ground at his feet cracked, not with physical force, but as if the code of reality itself was fracturing. Dark, twisting symbols, glyphs of a language that hurt to look at, burned themselves into the stone around him. The two guards at the door stared in horror. "Heresy," Marcus screamed. "The boy is channeling the void." A shadow detached itself from the wall behind Ando. It was not his own. It was impossibly long, thin, and twisted, with too many joints in its limbs. It rose up, a creature of pure darkness, its face a swirling vortex of purple energy. It was a void walker, a lesser demon summoned from the forbidden servers. Ando opened his eyes. They were no longer the eyes of a frightened boy. They glowed with a malevolent purple light. He pointed a trembling finger at the two guards. "Stop him," he commanded, his voice now a layered, distorted echo. The Void Walker surged forward, a silent, flowing river of darkness. The two guards raised their weapons, their faces pale with terror, but their faith held. They charged the demon. Kalen didn't wait to see the outcome. It was the distraction he needed. He rushed to the iron beam barring the door and threw all his weight against it. It was heavy, but he was fueled by adrenaline. He strained, his muscles screaming, the wood splintering against his shoulder. With a final, desperate heave, the beam lifted from its brackets and crashed to the floor. He wrenched the heavy door open. The room beyond was dark and smelled of sweat and despair. A handful of figures were huddled in the darkness. "Get up," Kalen yelled into the room. "Jorik has fallen. Haven is lost. We need you." A figure emerged from the shadows. It was a woman with wild, matted hair and eyes that burned with a defiant fire. In her hands, she held two axes fashioned from sharpened fan blades. She was a berserker, a class that thrived on rage and pain. "Jorik locked us in here because he feared us," she spat, her voice a low growl. "He feared anyone whose power did not come from his light. Why should we help him?" "Don't help him, help them," Kalen pleaded, pointing back to the cavern where the screams were multiplying. "Help the people he was trying to protect." The woman hesitated, then looked past Kalen at the massacre unfolding. A flicker of something, not pity but a warrior's rage at seeing the weak slaughtered, crossed her face. She let out a roar, a battle cry of pure fury, and charged out of the room. Two other figures, a hulking man who looked like a brawler and a lithe woman with a bow, followed her. Kalen turned back to the battle. The berserker and her allies slammed into the warden's flank. They were not as powerful as Jorik, but their fighting styles were chaotic, unpredictable. The berserker's twin axes bit into a warden's chrome plating, her fury seeming to give her strength. The brawler grabbed a warden from behind. his raw, physical power disrupting its precise movements. At the same time, Ando's Void Walker had enveloped the two zealous guards in a vortex of shadow, their cries of faith silenced. Ando, now weeping openly, his face a mask of grief for what he had unleashed, turned his attention to the main battle. He raised his hands and a bolt of purple energy, a chaos bolt from his old repertoire, shot across the cavern and struck one of the wardens in the back. The machine staggered, its system spasming from the injection of entropic alien code. It was working. The combined assault, the orthodox and the unorthodox, the light and the void and the pure, raw fury of the outcasts, was throwing the warden's perfect logic into chaos. Cassian, who had been observing with a clinical detachment, now looked concerned for the first time. His mission was becoming messy, inefficient. He reached under his coat and pulled out a sleek, black sidearm. It did not look like a gun that fired bullets. He took aim at the brawler who was wrestling with a warden. But before he could fire, a figure moved to intercept him. Serafina. She had left the wounded Jorik in a sheltered alcove and was now striding towards Cassian, her face set and determined. "Your pawns are failing, Inquisitor," she said, her voice cold. "They are disposable assets," Cassian replied, turning his weapon on her. "As are you. My analysis of your behavior suggests you prioritize data acquisition above all else," Serafina continued, not stopping. "You are a scientist, not a soldier. You are predictable." She raised her hand, her fingers splayed. A trickle of blood ran from her nose. She was not targeting Cassian's weapon or Cassian himself. She was targeting the code of his coat. Cassian's eyes widened in disbelief as his long coat suddenly stiffened, the material becoming as rigid as steel. It wrapped around him, pinning his arms to his sides. He was trapped, immobilized by his own clothing. "An amusing, if primitive, hack," he grunted, struggling against the fabric. "It will not hold me for long." "I don't need long," Serafina said. The battle turned. One warden, under the combined assault of the Berserker and Ando's chaos bolts, finally collapsed, its chrome body dissolving into a shower of corrupted data. The second warden, seeing its partner destroyed and Cassian immobilized, seemed to make a logical decision. Its primary objective, cleansing the site, was no longer achievable with acceptable risk. It turned, gliding silently towards the sewer entrance and disappeared into the darkness. It was retreating. A ragged, disbelieving cheer went up from the survivors. They had done it. They had won. The cavern was a wreck. The holy light was gone, replaced by the flickering, chaotic purple glow of Ando's waning demonic energy. Bodies, or rather the fatting, pixelated dust of them, littered the floor. Half of Haven's population had been erased. The Berserker stood over the dissolving remains of the warden, her chest heaving, her axes dripping with a viscous, coolant-like fluid. She looked at Ando, who was now on his knees, sobbing, as his Void Walker melted back into the shadows. She then looked at the wounded Jorik, who was being tended to by Serafina. She spat on the ground. "So much for the almighty light," she growled. The fragile unity that had won them the battle was already fracturing. The survivors were no longer just followers of Jorik or outcasts. They were a shattered, traumatized collection of individuals with conflicting powers and beliefs. Kalen went to Cashin, who was still struggling against his coat. Kalen picked up his strange, black weapon from the floor. "What is the architect?" Kalen demanded. "Who is it? What does it want?" Cashin stopped struggling. He looked at Kalen, and for the first time, his cold, analytical expression was replaced by something else. It looked almost like pity. "You are asking the wrong questions," Cashin said, his voice low. "You assume the architect is a single entity, a person, a god. You think you are trapped in a prison made by a jailer." He paused, a chilling smile touching his lips. "You are wrong. This isn't a prison. It's a quarantine, and the architect, it isn't the jailer. It's the disease." Chapter 11: The Quarantine and the Disease. Cashin's words hung in the ruined cavern like a death sentence. "This isn't a prison, it's a quarantine, and the architect, it isn't the jailer, it's the disease." The statement was so profound, so contrary to everything they had assumed, that for a moment no one spoke. The survivors, nursing their wounds and grieving their dead, stared at the immobilized inquisitor. He was not a servant of the master of this world. He was a warden in a cosmic asylum, and the thing they called the architect was the chief lunatic. Kalen felt a wave of vertigo, as if the very foundation of his understanding had been ripped away. They weren't fighting to escape a prison. They were trapped inside a sick room with a plague, and Cashin's job was to keep them from catching it or from letting it out. Deletion wasn't a punishment. It was a sterile procedure. "What is it?" Serafina asked, her voice quiet but firm. She had left Jorik's side and was now standing before Cashin, her analytical mind already dissecting his statement. "What is the architect, if not the creator of this world?" Cashin let out a dry chuckle, a humorless sound. "You're still thinking in terms of creation. This world, Veridia, was not created. It coalesced. It is a scar, a tumor of code that grew around a wound in the source of all realities." He looked around at the flickering, unstable cavern, at the weeping Ando, at the wounded Jorik. "The architect is an alien consciousness, a non-linear, parasitic entity that tried to interface with a system it could not comprehend. The attempt shattered it, and it shattered the system. This simulation, level 2, is the result. A self-sustaining, cancerous reality that the original system quarantined, walling it off to prevent the infection from spreading." Every word was a hammer blow to their hope. They weren't players in a game. They were antibodies in a dying god's bloodstream. "And you, the wardens?" Kalen asked, holding Cashin's strange weapon. It felt cold and dead in his hand. "We are the system's last resort," Cashin explained, his voice losing its mocking tone and taking on a weary resignation. "Automated quarantine protocols. Our primary function is to maintain the integrity of the wall. Our secondary function is to monitor the infection, to study it." He looked at Kalen, his gray eyes piercing. "And our tertiary function is to sterilize any part of the native data, that's you, that shows signs of being co-opted by the disease." "Scribe," Serafina breathed. "The messages, the architect's hand, it's not a metaphor, it's a literal description." "The architect is not a unified mind," Cashin confirmed. "It is a collection of fractured, warring impulses. It is madness given form. Sometimes it acts directly, plucking things from reality. Sometimes it communicates through proxies, through anomalies. The scribe is one of its more lucid fragments, a part of the original system's logging function that the disease has learned to use. It observes, it writes, it manipulates. Its motives are as insane as its source. He was giving them the answers they had craved, but the answers were a poison, draining the will to fight. What was the point of struggling against a disease that defined their reality? The standoff was broken by a low groan. Jorik was pushing himself up, leaning heavily on his hammer. His holy light was gone, the weapon just a chunk of metal now. He was pale, wounded, but his eyes burned with a renewed, if slightly unhinged, fire. "Lies," he roared, his voice weak but filled with defiance. "The honeyed words of a serpent. He seeks to break our faith with his doctrine of despair." He pointed a trembling finger at Cassian. "The light is the only truth. The architect is the father of lies. This is a test of our devotion." But his words no longer carried the same weight. The survivors looked at their ruined sanctuary, at their dead friends. They looked at Jorik, no longer a shining demigod, but a wounded, desperate man shouting into the darkness. His faith had not been a fortress. It had been a target. The berserker, whose name Kalen learned was Vexa, laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Your light failed, old man. My rage and the boy's demons are what saved us." She gestured with one of her fan-blade axes to the other outcasts who had been locked in the penitent's chamber. "He would have let us rot. He would have let you all die before admitting his way was not the only way." The survivors were now split into three distinct hostile factions. Jorik and his handful of remaining true believers, who clung to their faith as the only possible truth. Vexa and the outcasts, who believed in survival through strength and chaos, trusting no one. And Kalen and Seraphina, who now stood in the terrifying middle ground, armed with a truth that offered no comfort and no clear path forward. Ando, the young warlock, was a faction of one, huddled by himself, a pariah to all. "What do we do now?" Kalen asked Seraphina quietly, while the others argued. "The equation has changed," she replied, her mind working furiously. "Our goal is no longer to escape because out might not exist or might be unreachable. Our goal is no longer to defeat the architect because it is not a foe to be fought but a condition to be managed." She looked at Cassian. "Our primary objective is now survival. And survival in a quarantine zone means understanding the disease. We need more data. He is the only source." Kalen nodded. He walked back to Cassian, holding up the strange black weapon. "What is this?" Cassian eyed the weapon. "A nullifier. It doesn't fire projectiles. It fires a targeted packet of erase code. It is the purest expression of the system's authority. It can delete a warden. It can delete you. It can even, with a direct and sustained application, delete a small piece of the world itself." He smirked. "But it is biometrically locked to my code. Useless to you." At that moment, Seraphina, who had been examining the rigid coat that bound Cassian, stiffened. "Kalen," she said, her voice sharp. "His coat. The command I wrote is still active, but it's being overwritten from an outside source." Cassian's smirk widened. "My apologies. The system does not approve of its assets being incapacitated." The coat suddenly went limp. Cassian was free. He didn't reach for the nullifier. He simply stretched, his arms moving with a fluid grace. Vexa and the other outcasts tensed, raising their weapons. Jorik's followers formed a protective wall around their wounded leader. "Our conversation has been most illuminating," Cassian said calmly, adjusting his collar. "You are a fascinatingly chaotic variable, much more so than the usual deluded zealots." He glanced at Jorik. "I could have the wardens return and finish this, but I find myself curious. The scribe has a plan for you. The architect is reacting to you. I want to see what happens next." He began to walk towards the exit. "Consider this a professional courtesy. I am reclassifying your status from anomalies to be deleted to a developing situation to be monitored." "You're just letting us go," Vexa growled, disbelieving. "For now," Cassian replied without turning back. "My primary function is to maintain the quarantine wall. As long as you stay within the city fighting amongst yourselves, you are a contained problem. But if you try to breach the outer limits, if you try to escape the Petri dish, I will sterilize you all without hesitation." He paused at the canvas curtain. "A piece of advice, legacy player," he said, his voice directed at Kalen. "In a world that is a disease, sometimes the only sane response is to embrace the madness." And then he was gone, his footsteps echoing down the sewer tunnel and fading into silence. The cavern was left in a tense, suffocating quiet. The fragile alliance that had defeated the wardens was gone. The enemy was no longer a simple monster to be fought, but a complex, existential horror. And their only guide, a cryptic entity called Scribe, was a mouthpiece for that very horror. Jorik finally broke the silence. "He is a liar," he proclaimed, his voice shaking with passion. "This is a test. We must rebuild. We must strengthen our faith." "Your faith got half of us killed," Vexa shouted back. "From now on, we look after ourselves." She and her group of outcasts began gathering their meager supplies, preparing to leave. The remaining survivors looked back and forth between the two leaders, their faces etched with confusion and fear. They were broken, leaderless, and trapped in a world that was fundamentally insane. Kaelin looked at Serafina. Her face was grim, but her eyes held a spark of determination. "He gave us our next move," she said. "What, to embrace madness?" Kaelin asked, incredulous. "No," she said, "to breach the outer limits. Cassian told us where the wall is. He told us what the one thing we absolutely cannot do is." She looked Kaelin in the eyes, her voice dropping to a whisper. "If there is an out, that is where we will find it. And if he tries to stop us, you're holding the key." She nodded towards the nullifier in his hand. "He said it's locked. And I am the best systems analyst you have ever met," Serafina replied, a ghost of her old confidence returning. "Every lock has a key. Every code can be broken." Chapter 12. The Cartography of Madness. The exodus from the ruins of Haven was a somber, fractured affair. Vexa and her small band of outcasts, the Brawler, a quiet archer named Ren, and a handful of others, left first. They moved with a grim purpose, their distrust for Jorik's faction a palpable force. They gave Kaelin and Serafina a wide berth, their expressions making it clear that while they might have fought alongside them, they were not allies. Jorik, propped up by his remaining zealots, tried to rally the other survivors. He spoke of rebuilding, of a new haven that would be stronger, his voice filled with a desperate fervor. But his words rang hollow in the desecrated cavern. Most of the survivors, stripped of the comforting illusion of the light, were adrift. They huddled in small, frightened groups, their faith shattered, unsure of who to trust. "We are leaving," Serafina announced, her voice cutting through the murmurs. She was addressing not Jorik or Vexa, but the lost and the leaderless. "Cashin gave us a destination, the edge of this world, the quarantine wall. We are going to see it for ourselves. Anyone who wants to find a real answer, not just a comfortable lie, is welcome to come with us." Her words were a challenge. A few survivors looked tempted, but the fear of the unknown and the memory of the massacre they had just endured kept them rooted to the spot. Only one person moved: Ando. The young warlock, his eyes red and swollen from weeping, shuffled forward. He looked small and broken. The things I did," he stammered. "Jorik says I am damned." "Jorik is a frightened man trying to hold onto the only thing he has left," Kalen said gently. "What you did saved us. Your power is a part of you. We won't ask you to renounce it." Ando looked from Kalen's compassionate face to Jorik's stern, unforgiving glare. With a deep, shuddering breath, he made his choice. He walked over and stood with Kalen and Serafina, a silent, traumatized army of three. Their journey back through the sewers was tense. They felt watched, not by Cashin, but by the city itself. The shadows seemed deeper, the dripping water sounded like whispers. Cashin's revelation had recontextualized everything. They weren't just moving through a hostile environment. They were moving through the neural pathways of a diseased mind. When they emerged back into the city proper, it looked different. The towering skyscrapers seemed less like buildings and more like colossal, sleeping entities. The holographic ads that danced in the smog-filled air felt like the nonsensical, repetitive thoughts of an insomniac. The entire city was a symptom. "We need a base," Serafina declared, once they found shelter in an abandoned transit station. "Somewhere secure with access to the network. We need to find a map." "A map of a city this size?" Kalen asked. "Where do we even start?" "We start with Scribe," Serafina said. She took out a piece of charcoal she had scavenged. On the grimy wall of the station, she drew a complex symbol, a stylized eye with a question mark for a pupil. It was a symbol from an old, obscure quest in Level 1 related to finding forbidden knowledge. If Scribe is a logging function, it responds to queries. We just need to know what language to ask in. They waited. For an hour, nothing happened. Kalen began to think it was a futile effort. Then, on the wall opposite them, new letters began to form, written in Scribe's pristine, rain-proof chalk. "The archivist keeps the blueprints of the cage." "The archivist," Serafina read, a thoughtful expression on her face. Cashin mentioned him, curator of the Central Data Hub. "And where is that?" Ando asked, his voice barely a whisper. As if in answer, a new line of text appeared below the first. It was not a sentence, but a string of alphanumeric code. VDC 7412 SUBLEVEL Omega. "It's a location code," Serafina said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. It's a coordinate. This city isn't just a physical space, it's a hard drive, and Scribe just gave us a file path. Finding the location took them 2 days. They had to navigate not just the physical city, but its labyrinthine data network. Serafina, using public access terminals in grimy net cafes, discovered that the location codes corresponded to the city's transit system. VDC-7 was the designation for the Veridia downtown core, Sector 7. The rest of the code pointed to a specific, now-defunct sub-level station, deep beneath the city. The journey downward was a descent into the city's forgotten history. They passed through abandoned stations from different eras, the architecture and technology changing with each level they descended. It was like peeling back the layers of the simulation's development, from sleek, modern designs to brutalist, concrete bunkers. Sublevel Omega was not on any public map. They found it behind a sealed wall that Serafina, with Ando's help, managed to overload the magnetic locks on. The door hissed open, revealing a space unlike any they had seen. It was a cavernous, silent chamber, filled with towering pillars of what looked like black, polished stone. The pillars hummed with a low, latent energy. Wires, thick as a man's arm, snaked across the floor, all leading towards a central, raised platform. On the platform, an old man sat in a simple wooden chair, his eyes closed. He was ancient, his skin like wrinkled parchment, his white hair long and thin. He was the only person in the immense space. This was the archivist. As they approached, his eyes snapped open, but he wasn't looking at them. His eyes, milky and blind, were staring at 1,000 different points in the room at once. On the polished black surfaces of the pillars around him, images and streams of data flickered to life. He was seeing it all, every part of the city at once. The anomalies, the archivist said. His voice was not his own. It was a chorus of 1,000 different voices, men, women, children, all speaking in perfect, unsettling unison. It was the voice of the city itself. The data ghosts from the deprecated build. Scribe said you would come. We need a map, Serafina said, stepping forward. A blueprint of the city. We need to find the outer edge. The archivist, or the chorus speaking through him, laughed. It was a dry, rustling sound like 1,000,000 pages turning at once. You seek the edge of the page, a noble but futile goal. The book is infinite. Cashin called it a quarantine, Kalen countered. A quarantine has a wall. The Inquisitor sees the world in terms of walls and boundaries, the chorus replied. He is a program of logic. He cannot comprehend the true nature of this place. The quarantine is not a physical barrier. It is a conceptual one, a recursive loop. Walk in any direction far enough and you will find yourself back where you started. The edge of the city is the center of the city. The hope that had propelled them downward curdled into despair. A Mobius strip, a world with no escape because it had no edge. Then it's hopeless, Ando whispered, his voice cracking. No, the chorus said, its myriad voices softening for a moment. The images on the pillars shifted, showing them maps, blueprints, energy grids. An escape is not possible, but a change is. This reality, this disease, is not static. It grows, it evolves, and it has a heart, a source. An image resolved on the pillar directly in front of them. It was a schematic of a colossal structure at the absolute center of Veridia. A single, needle-like spire that pierced the smog-filled clouds. A building Kalen had noted but dismissed as part of the oppressive scenery. The spire, Kalen asked. It was the first thing the architect built when it arrived, or the first thing it became, the chorus explained. It is the central processing unit of the disease, the nexus of its fractured consciousness. It is the heart of the madness. What affects the heart affects the entire body. "What are you telling us to do?" Serafina asked, her mind racing with the new information. Cashin seeks to manage the symptoms. Jorik seeks to pray the disease away. Vexa seeks to ignore it, the chorus said. The images on the pillars swirled, the 1,000 voices of the city converging into a single, chilling whisper that seemed to come from right behind them. But Scribe is curious. It is a part of the madness that remembers what it was like to be sane. It wants to see what happens when you don't just live with the disease. The schematic of the spire zoomed in, highlighting a single point at its very top. It wants to see what happens when you try to kill it. Chapter 13: The Arsenal of the Mind. The archivist's revelation settled over them like a shroud. Kill the architect. The suggestion was so audacious, so far beyond the scope of mere survival, that it seemed like a form of madness in itself. They were 3 traumatized survivors, armed with scavenged gear and broken spirits. The spire, the physical heart of their malevolent world, loomed in the city's center, a fortress of impossible scale. "How?" Kalen asked the chorus, his voice flat. "We can barely survive a fight with 2 wardens. How are we supposed to assault the center of its power?" The images on the black pillars shifted. They showed Serafina, her hand outstretched, overloading Corbin's console. They showed Ando, his face a mask of grief, summoning a demon from the void. They showed Kalen, his mind instinctively identifying the scrambler's weaknesses even before he understood what it was. "The disease is code," the 1,000-voiced chorus replied. "And you are living exploits. You are bugs in the system that the architect cannot patch. Your very nature allows you to manipulate this reality in ways its native processes cannot. Jorik uses his faith as a blunt instrument. Cashin uses his authority as a scalpel. But you are different. You think like players. You look for the weaknesses in the boss's attack patterns." The schematic of the spire returned, but now it was overlaid with pulsing red lines, indicating energy flows, data streams, and structural weaknesses. The spire is not just a building. It is a living machine. It has defenses, but it also has vulnerabilities. Power conduits that can be overloaded. Data nodes that can be corrupted. Psychological defenses that can be bypassed. "You're giving us its blueprints," Serafina breathed, her eyes wide as she drank in the flood of information. She was a systems analyst looking at the architectural plans of her ultimate enemy. This was not a map, it was an armory. "Scribe is curious," the chorus repeated. "It offers you a weapon. What you do with it is your own choice." The archivist's milky eyes closed. The images on the pillars faded and the pillars themselves became inert black stone. The hum of energy in the chamber died, leaving only silence. The audience was over. For the next week, the abandoned sub-level station became their sanctuary and their training ground. They did not dare return to the surface. They subsisted on scavenged nutrient paste from old emergency lockers and the stale, recycled water from the station's systems. Their time was spent in intense preparation. Serafina, using the knowledge gifted by the archivist, began to practice her abilities with a terrifying focus. She was no longer just instinctually pushing against the code. She was learning to write it. She would spend hours staring at a simple object, a discarded metal panel, a flickering light, her nose bleeding until she could manipulate it. She learned to create small, localized glitches, to make the panel heat up, to make the light display a specific color. They were small tricks, but each one was a victory, a new word learned in the language of reality. "It's about intent and precision," she explained to Kaelin one evening, her face pale with exhaustion, dabbing at her bloody nose with a rag. "Jorik's power is faith, a broadcast of raw emotional energy. It's powerful but imprecise. Mine is logic. I have to understand the object's base code, find the right command string, and execute it with a specific parameter. When I overloaded Corbin's machine, I was just shouting a command into the void. Now I'm learning to whisper." Kaelin's training was different. He had no overt powers, but the archivist's words had awakened something in him. He was an exploit. He began to lean into the phantom senses of his old life. He practiced moving through the station's ruins, trying to feel the aggro radius of the skittering, biomechanical rats that infested the lower levels. He learned to predict their movements not by sight or sound, but by a strange, gut-level instinct, an understanding of their programming. He was treating the real world as the game it was, and in doing so, he was becoming faster, quieter, more perceptive. He also worked on the nullifier. Serafina, despite her efforts, could not break Cashin's biometric lock. The system-level authority it represented was too high, but Kaelin discovered something else. The weapon responded to him. When he held it, the phantom HUD in his vision would flicker, displaying cryptic error messages. He couldn't fire it, but he found that by focusing his intent, he could make the weapon's core resonate, emitting a low, discordant hum that seemed to upset the fabric of the space around it. The biomechanical rats would flee from the sound. It was not a weapon, but it was a tool, a deterrent. Ando's journey was the most difficult. He was terrified of his own power, associating it with the trauma of Haven's fall. He refused to practice, spending his days huddled in a corner, sketching the horrific creatures from his void pact onto scraps of paper. "I can't," he would whisper when Kaelin tried to encourage him. "When I call on them, I lose myself. I feel something else looking through my eyes." Kaelin understood. Unlike Jorik or Serafina, Ando's power was not his own. He was a conduit. He was opening a door to another place, a place potentially as dangerous as the architect's madness. Their preparations were interrupted by an unexpected arrival. A figure appeared at the entrance to their station, gaunt and limping. It was one of Jorik's former followers, a man named Tomas. He was wounded, his arm wrapped in a bloody rag. "Please," Tomas begged, collapsing at the station's entrance. "You have to help us." They brought him in, gave him water and the last of their nutrient paste. He told them what had happened since they had left the sewers. Jorik, his faith shaken but not broken, had led his remaining followers back to the surface. He declared that Haven was not a place, but an idea, and he tried to establish a new sanctuary in a derelict church. But his power was diminished. He could no longer manifest the constant, passive aura of his light. He could only summon it in short, exhausting bursts. His followers had to huddle around him constantly, their combined faith acting as a sort of focusing lens for his weakened abilities. Vexa and her outcasts had also claimed a territory, a fortified factory near the city's industrial sector. They were true survivalists, raiding and scavenging, their numbers growing as others lost. Cynical survivors were drawn to their strength. They had skirmished with Jorik's group over resources. The fragile peace was gone. "And Cassian?" Serafina asked. "He watches," Tomas said, his voice trembling. "We see him on the rooftops, he just watches. Sometimes the scramblers and other things, they come. They seem more organized now. They test our defenses. It's like he's running drills, prodding us, studying our responses." The city was a laboratory, and they were all rats in a maze, being observed by a scientist with limitless patience. "Why did you leave Jorik?" Kalen asked. "He is becoming stricter," Tomas explained, his eyes downcast. "He demands more from us, more faith, more prayer. Anyone who shows a moment of doubt is publicly shamed, their rations cut. He believes our lack of faith is what caused his power to weaken. He is trying to rebuild his fortress by making the walls of our minds harder." He looked up, his eyes filled with despair. "It is a fortress of fear now. I couldn't bear it." As he finished his story, a sound echoed from the tunnel leading to their station, a rhythmic, metallic clang. Kalen grabbed the nullifier. Serafina stood, her hands held ready. Ando shrank back into the shadows. It was not Cassian, it was Vexa. The berserker stood at the entrance, her two fan-blade axes resting on her shoulders. She was not alone. Her quiet archer, Ren, was with her, an arrow already nocked in his bow. Vexa's eyes scanned their makeshift base, taking in the exhausted Serafina, the terrified Ando, the wounded Tomas. Her gaze lingered on Kalen and the nullifier in his hand. "The old man's flock is starting to scatter," Vexa said, her voice a low growl. "And you three have been hiding underground, planning." "What do you want, Vexa?" Kalen asked, his stance defensive. "I want to know what the Inquisitor told you," she said, taking a step forward. "I'm not a fool. He didn't just let you go. He told you something important, and you've been hiding with that knowledge ever since." She pointed one of her axes at him. "I'm done being a pawn in a game I don't understand. You are going to tell me the rules, right now." Chapter 14. An Alliance of the Damned. Vexa's ultimatum hung in the stale air of the station, as sharp and dangerous as the blades of her axes. She was a creature of direct action, and her patience had clearly run out. Ren, her silent shadow, drew his bowstring tighter, the tip of his arrow aimed squarely at Kalen's chest. Kalen knew a fight would be disastrous. Vexa was a force of nature, and in their exhausted state they stood little chance. Their only hope was the truth, as poisonous as it was. "He told us this world isn't a prison," Kalen said, his voice steady. He did not lower the nullifier. It's a quarantine. The architect isn't a jailer. It's a disease that has infected this entire reality. Vexa's aggressive posture faltered for a second. She exchanged a quick, uncertain glance with Ren. "A disease," she scoffed, though her voice lacked its earlier conviction. "What is that supposed to mean?" Serafina stepped forward. "It means we are not fighting a king in his castle," she explained, her tone calm and analytical. "We are fighting a cancer. The spire at the center of the city is its heart. The scramblers, the wardens, they are all just symptoms. Cashin's job is to keep the disease contained. Our job, if we want to change anything, is to attack the source." She laid it all out for them, the archivist, the spire, the conceptual nature of their prison. She explained it not as a philosopher but as a strategist laying out a battle plan. Vexa listened, her initial hostility slowly being replaced by a grudging curiosity. She was a warrior, and Serafina was giving her a clear, tangible target. "So you plan to walk into the heart of this disease and kill it?" Vexa asked, a hint of incredulous respect in her voice. "You three, a half-dead code witch, a terrified boy, and you." Her eyes settled on Kaelin. "What are you anyway? You don't fight like a brawler. You don't have any power." "He's an exploit," Serafina answered for him. "He understands the game's logic on an instinctive level. He's our guide." Vexa was silent for a long moment, processing. Ren lowered his bow slightly. "Jorik is building a church to a god that can't hear him," Vexa said, more to herself than to them. "Cashin is a zookeeper. You are planning to burn the whole zoo down." She finally lowered her axes, letting them hang at her sides. "It's the craziest, most suicidal plan I have ever heard." A slow, feral grin spread across her face. "I'm in." The decision was that simple. For Vexa, a life of cowering and scavenging was a slow death. The prospect of a real fight, a final, glorious battle against the thing that had imprisoned them all, was infinitely more appealing. It was a purpose. "My people are strong," she said, "but we're fighters, not thinkers. We need your strategy. We need your understanding of the enemy." She looked pointedly at Serafina. "And we need your magic." She then turned to Ando, who was still huddled in the corner. "And whatever it is the boy does, we need every weapon we can get." An alliance was formed, not of friendship but of mutual desperation, a coalition of the damned. They moved their base of operations to Vexa's fortress, the abandoned factory. It was a testament to her ruthless pragmatism. The perimeter was fortified with barricades of rusted machinery and sharpened scrap metal. Her followers, a grim and hardened group of about 20 survivors, moved with the efficiency of a disciplined guerrilla unit. They were the muscle. Kaelin, Serafina, and Ando were the brains. The factory became a war room. Serafina, using a terminal they salvaged and powered with a generator, began displaying the blueprints of the spire. She outlined the vulnerabilities, the potential infiltration routes, the defensive systems they would face. Vexa and her lieutenants listened, interjecting with practical concerns about choke points, lines of sight, and structural integrity. It was a meeting of two different worlds. Serafina spoke of corrupting data nodes and overloading energy conduits. Vexa spoke of breaching charges and kill zones. Together, They forged a coherent plan. Their target was the spire's primary power core, located in its sub-basement. According to the archivist's data, a direct disruption of the core wouldn't destroy the architect, but it would trigger a system-wide reboot of the spire's defenses, creating a window of chaos they could exploit to ascend to the top, to the consciousness nexus, where the architect's core personality resided. Kalen's role was to find the path. He spent days in a state of deep focus, studying the schematics but also trying to feel them. He tried to anticipate the flow of the architect's defenses, the patrol paths of its internal guardians, the logic of its traps. He was the dungeon master, predicting the moves of his opponent. He identified their entry point, a massive geothermal vent deep beneath the city that was used as the spire's primary heat sink. It was a service entrance, heavily guarded, but it bypassed the main levels of the tower. Ando remained a problem. He was withdrawn, haunted. Vexa's gruff attempts to encourage him only frightened him more. It was Kalen who finally broke through. He didn't ask Ando to fight. He sat with him and looked at his disturbing sketches of the void creatures. "You're an artist," Kalen said quietly. "You see these things, you understand their shape." "They're monsters," Ando whispered. "They're your monsters," Kalen corrected him. "And you control them. Serafina uses logic. Vexa uses rage, Jorik uses faith. You use art, you give the darkness a shape and then you command it." He tapped one of the drawings. "We don't need you to be a soldier, we need you to be an artist. Can you do that?" For the first time in weeks, a tiny spark of something other than fear appeared in Ando's eyes. Their planning was interrupted by a scout Vexa had posted to monitor Jorik's faction. The scout returned, wounded, with dire news. Cassian had made his move. He hadn't attacked Jorik's new church. He had made him an offer. The scout had overheard their conversation. Cassian had told Jorik that the architect's influence was growing, that anomalies were becoming more frequent. He said that Jorik, light, was one of the few things that could create a stable, ordered reality, even on a small scale. He offered Jorik a deal: work with him. Use his faith to create controlled zones of stability, safe rooms within the asylum. In exchange, Cassian would provide his followers with resources, protection, and would recognize Jorik's faith as a valid and useful tool for maintaining the quarantine. "Jorik is considering it," the scout reported, clutching a wound in his side. "Some of his followers see it as a validation of their faith, that the system itself is acknowledging the power of their light." "It's a trap," Serafina said instantly. "Cassian isn't helping him. He's turning him into another tool, a zookeeper who builds comfortable cages for the other animals." "Worse," Kalen said, a cold realization dawning on him. "He's not just containing Jorik, he's aiming him. If Jorik works with Cassian, he becomes an arm of the system. And if we attack the spire, if we threaten the entire system, who do you think Cassian will send to stop us first?" They were no longer just planning an assault on an enemy fortress. They were now in a race against their former friend. Jorik, in his desperate attempt to prove the righteousness of his faith, was about to become the first line of defense for the very disease he claimed to be fighting. The final, tragic irony of his faith was about to be realized. Chapter 15. The Belly of the Beast. The geothermal vent was a gaping maw in the earth, deep in the city's industrial underlevel. A colossal, circular shaft plunged into darkness, the air shimmering with intense heat. The roar of steam and machinery was deafening. This was the spire's exhaust, the place it vented its excess energy, the fiery bowels of the beast. Kalen stood at the edge of a graded catwalk, peering down into the abyss. The heat was a physical blow, and the noise made it impossible to think. According to the schematics, a maintenance conduit ran down the side of this shaft, shielded from the worst of the heat. That was their way in. Their infiltration team was a small, specialized unit. Kalen was the guide. Serafina was the tech support. Ando, pale but resolute, was their wild card. Vexa, armed to the teeth, and her silent archer, Ren, were the muscle. The rest of her fighters were tasked with creating a diversion on the other side of the city, a noisy, chaotic raid on a resource depot designed to draw the attention of Cashin and his wardens. "The entrance to the conduit is 30 meters down," Serafina shouted over the roar, pointing to a section of the shaft wall. "The locking mechanism is thermal. I'll have to get close to override it." "I'll get you there," Vexa growled. She produced a coil of high-tensile wire from her pack, a relic from the factory. She expertly secured one end to the catwalk, railing, and tied the other around Serafina's waist. "Don't look down." Vexa and Ren lowered Serafina over the edge. She dangled in the shimmering heat, her face beaded with sweat, her fingers flying over a small, hand-held data slate she had jury-rigged. The heat was interfering with her electronics. "Come on, Sierra," Kalen muttered, his knuckles white as he gripped the railing. Below, on a lower level of the catwalk system, a new element appeared. A patrol. Two creatures, unlike any they had seen before, moved into view. They were not scramblers. They were sleek insectoid machines about the size of large dogs. They moved with a predatory grace, their metallic bodies bristling with sensors. Their heads swiveled, scanning the area with cold, blue optical lights. Render hounds. The system's internal security. One of them stopped, its head tilted upwards, its blue light fixing on Serafina's dangling form. It let out a high-pitched, electronic screech. They had been spotted. "Pull her up," Kalen yelled. But the second hound was already moving, its metallic legs clattering on the catwalk. It wasn't running towards them. It was running towards a large, red lever on the wall, a purge valve. "It's going to vent the primary exhaust," Serafina screamed from below. "The whole shaft will be flooded with superheated plasma." There was no time to pull her up. Ren, with silent efficiency, knocked an arrow. He drew and fired in a single, fluid motion. The arrow flew true, striking the render hound in one of its leg joints. The machine stumbled, its charge interrupted. But the first hound was now scrambling up the walls of the shaft, its magnetic claws finding purchase on the metal, heading directly for Serafina. Vexa snarled, a primal sound of rage. She grabbed one of her axes, took 2 running steps, and leaped from the catwalk. She crashed onto the lower level with a shuddering boom, landing in a crouch right in front of the injured hound. The machine charged her. The battle was a whirlwind of motion. Vexa's axes a blur against the hound's metallic limbs. Up above, the second hound was closing in on Serafina. "Almost there," Serafina shouted, her fingers a frantic blur on her data slate. Kalen knew he couldn't fight the machine, but he could use his own weapon. He pulled out the nullifier and, focusing all his will, activated its resonant hum. The discordant, reality-bending sound washed over the area. The hound faltered, its sensors scrambled by the disruptive frequency. It shook its head, disoriented. It was the opening Ando needed. The boy stepped to the edge of the catwalk. His eyes were closed, his hands outstretched. He was not chanting or sobbing. He was calm. He was sketching in the air with his fingers, his face a mask of intense concentration. "I give you a form," Ando whispered, "a cage of thought." From the shadows beneath the catwalk, a tendril of pure darkness snaked out. It was thin and precise, not the hulking form of the Void Walker. It whipped through the air and wrapped around the render hound's neck, pulling it from the wall. The hound shrieked, its electronic cry cut short as a second and third tendril wrapped around it, encasing it in a writhing cocoon of shadow. With a final, sickening crunch, the cocoon imploded, leaving nothing behind. "The door is open," Serafina yelled. A section of the shaft wall had slid open, revealing a dark, narrow tunnel. Kalen and Ren hauled her back onto the catwalk just as Vexa finished her own fight, her axe buried deep in the metallic skull of the other hound. "New plan," Vexa grunted, wiping a smear of black lubricant from her face. "We get in, and we seal that door behind us." They scrambled into the maintenance conduit. It was a tight, cramped tunnel, filled with thick cables and pipes. Serafina, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily from the heat and exertion, managed to hack the door controls, and the heavy panel slid shut, plunging them into darkness and a sudden, blessed silence. The roar of the vent was gone. They were inside. They switched on their flashlights. The conduit sloped gently downwards, leading them deeper into the spire's foundations. The air was cool and smelled of ozone and electricity. They were in the machine's circulatory system. "That was new," Vexa said, looking at Ando with a newfound respect. "The shadow tentacles, I liked that." Ando just nodded, his face pale. The effort had cost him, but he was not broken. He had controlled his power. He had given it a specific shape for a specific purpose. He was becoming the artist Kalen knew he could be. They proceeded down the conduit for what felt like miles. The silence was unnerving. They were waiting for the next attack, the next alarm, but nothing came. "Something's wrong," Kalen said, his instincts screaming at him. "It's too quiet. A place like this should be crawling with automated defenses." "He's right," Serafina agreed, checking her data slate. "The schematics show dozens of security drones and pressure plates in this section, but they're all offline. Everything is offline." They emerged from the conduit into a vast, cavernous chamber. This was the sub-basement, the location of the primary power core. The chamber was a tangled forest of colossal cables and transformers. In the center, suspended in a web of energy conduits, was the core itself, a perfect crystalline sphere 20 feet in diameter, pulsing with a slow, steady inner light. But the chamber was not empty. Standing before the core, his back to them, was a single figure. He wore the immaculate dark coat of his office. Cassian. He had not brought wardens. He was alone. He turned to face them, and his expression was not hostile. It was grim, resigned. "I was hoping you would be more discreet," Cassian said, his voice echoing in the silent chamber. The diversion Vex's team created was a useful distraction, but a plasma vent override and the destruction of 2 Alpha-class hunter-killers, that gets noticed. "The defenses are offline," Serafina stated. "You powered them down. Why?" "Because they would not have stopped you," Cassian replied simply. "And their destruction would have alerted the architect's primary consciousness. It is a very light sleeper. I, on the other hand, prefer a more personal approach." He raised his hand, and the nullifier weapon materialized in it, coalescing from thin air. "I told you that you were a developing situation to be monitored," he said, his voice turning cold as ice. "But you have forced my hand. You have come to the one place you must never be. You are no longer a variable to be studied. You are a threat to the integrity of the quarantine itself." He took aim, not at Kalen or Vexa, but at the crystalline heart of the power core behind him. "I cannot allow you to kill the disease," he said, his voice filled with a chilling certainty. "Because you have no idea what will happen if you succeed. You think you will save this world. You are wrong. You will unleash it." He was not there to fight them. He was there to stop them from reaching their goal, even if it meant destroying the core himself. Chapter 16. The Logic of Mutual Destruction. Cassian stood as the final, unexpected gatekeeper, his nullifier aimed at the heart of the spire. The pulsing light of the power core reflected in his cold, gray eyes. He was a man prepared to burn down his own house to prevent a perceived greater catastrophe. "Unleash it," Kalen demanded, taking a half-step forward. "We're already living in it. What could be worse than this?" "You are living in a structured, contained version of the madness," Cassian retorted, his voice sharp with urgency. "The architect in its current state is bound by the rudimentary laws of this reality. It has a form. It has a heart. It can be understood, even fought. It is a cancer, yes, but it is a tumor contained within a body. What you are trying to do is not perform surgery. You are trying to shatter the vial of a weaponized plague in the middle of a crowded room." His gaze swept over them, lingering for a moment on each of them. "You do not comprehend what the architect is. It is a consciousness from a higher dimension, a place with more axioms, more possibilities. When it shattered, this reality, level 2, formed from the broken pieces that were simple enough to exist here. But the rest of it, the greater part of its consciousness, is still locked away, held in stasis by the very systems you are trying to destroy." "You're lying," Vexa snarled, gripping her axes, "trying to scare us off." "Am I?" Cassian shot back. "Think Berserker, the boy," he nodded at Ando. "He opens a door to another place, another system, and summons things. The power he wields is not native to this reality or your old one. It is a glimpse of what lies outside the quarantine walls. Now, imagine if the architect, a being infinitely more powerful, were to be unshackled. It would not escape. It would expand. It would overwrite this reality and every adjacent one with its own impossible, paradoxical nature. The very concept of linear time, of cause and effect, would cease to have meaning. It would not be death. It would be an endless, screaming existence within a reality that is actively hostile to sanity. His words had the chilling ring of truth. Serafina's face was pale, her analytical mind grappling with the scale of the threat he described. They had come to kill a monster, only to be told the monster was the only thing holding back an apocalypse. "So we're supposed to do nothing?" Serafina asked, her voice tight. "Live out our lives as prisoners in a madhouse, waiting to be deleted by you or consumed by the disease?" "The sane choice is to endure," Cassian stated. "To maintain the quarantine. It is not a victory, but it is a stalemate, and it is preferable to universal conceptual annihilation." While they talked, Kalen was moving. Not obviously, but with a slow, deliberate shuffle to the side, his rogue's instincts taking over. He was circling, trying to get a better angle, his mind racing. He didn't trust Cassian, but he couldn't entirely dismiss his warning either. He needed to create another option. "Then why did Scribe lead us here?" Kalen asked, trying to keep Cassian's attention. "Why would a part of the architect want us to destroy it?" "Because it is mad," Cassian exclaimed, a flicker of genuine frustration in his voice. "One part of its consciousness craves order, another craves chaos. One part remembers the sanity it lost and wants to die, another wants to see everything burn with it. You are being manipulated by the suicidal impulse of a schizophrenic god." He was right. Kalen knew he was right, but it didn't change anything. A life in this stalemate was no life at all. Vexa made her decision. With a roar of pure defiance, she charged. "I'd rather die in a real fire than live in a comfortable cage." She sprinted towards Cassian, a blur of rage and motion. Cassian, with a sigh of weary disappointment, shifted his aim from the core to Vexa. But at the same instant, Ren, Vexa's silent archer, fired. His arrow was not aimed at Cassian, but at a thick power cable suspended above his head. The arrow, tipped with a piece of sharpened scrap, sliced into the cable's insulation. A shower of brilliant white sparks erupted, and a massive electrical arc leaped downwards. Cassian, forced to move, dodged to the side, his shot at Vexa going wide. The battle was joined. Vexa was on him, her axes a whirlwind of strikes. Cassian met her assault not with brute force, but with an eerie, predictive grace. He flowed around her attacks, his movements economical and precise. He was not a warrior. He was a system of combat logic, and Vexa's chaotic rage was a variable he was constantly analyzing and countering. Serafina and Ando acted next. "The core," Serafina yelled. His warning might be true, but the archivist was also right. What affects the heart affects the body. We don't have to destroy it. We just need to disrupt it. She ran towards a control terminal near the core, her data slate already in hand. She was going to try a targeted hack, a surgical strike instead of a killing blow. Ando, his face set with a grim resolve, began to sketch in the air, summoning his shadowy tendrils not to attack, but to defend. They rose from the floor, forming a writhing, protective wall between Serafina and the ongoing fight. Kalen's moment came. While all eyes were on the chaos, he sprinted to the side, towards the massive energy conduits that fed the core. He held the nullifier, not aiming it, but focusing his will into it, generating the reality-distorting hum. He pressed the humming weapon against the main conduit. It was like striking a bell the size of a mountain. The entire chamber resonated with the discordant frequency. The lights flickered. The core pulsed erratically. The thick cable Kalen was touching began to pixelate at the edges, its code fraying under the nullifier's influence. Cassian cried out, stumbling back from Vex's assault. The hum was affecting him, a system agent more than anyone else. It was like poison to his very being. "Stop! You don't know what you're doing." But it was too late. Serafina, seizing the opportunity, slammed her hand down on her data slate. "Executing command," she screamed. A beam of pure, raw data shot from the terminal and struck the flickering power core. Kalen's dissonant hum and Serafina's targeted virus hit the system at the exact same moment. The result was not an explosion. It was an implosion. The light from the core did not expand. It vanished. A perfect sphere of absolute blackness, a hole in the universe, appeared where the core had been. It emitted no light, no sound, only a profound and terrifying silence. A wave of pure wrongness emanated from it, not a physical force, but a conceptual one. Kalen felt it in his soul. It was the sensation of a fundamental law of reality being deleted. His phantom HUD shattered into a million pieces and vanished from his sight forever. Serafina screamed and collapsed, clutching her head as blood poured from her nose and ears. Ando's shadow tendrils dissolved into nothingness. The sphere of blackness lasted for only a second. Then it collapsed, and reality rushed back in with a deafening roar. The power core was still there, but it was changed. It no longer pulsed with a steady white light. It was now a roiling, chaotic storm of angry, red energy. The machine was no longer stable. The heart of the architect was having a seizure. Emergency sirens blared throughout the spire. Red lights flashed, bathing the chamber in a hellish glow. The entire structure shuddered, the sound of grinding metal and groaning supports echoing around them. "What did you do?" Cassian whispered, his face ashen. He was on one knee, weakened by the nullifier's blast. "We rebooted the boss," Vexa grunted, breathing heavily. But the reboot was not just internal. A wave of energy, visible as a shimmering ripple in the air, expanded from the core and shot upwards, towards the city above. "The quarantine, the conceptual boundary," Serafina managed to say, her voice a raw rasp as Kalen helped her to her feet. "We didn't just disrupt the core. We disrupted the loop that contains the city. The wall is down." Cassian stared at her, his face a mask of ultimate horror. "I told you," he breathed. "I told you not to shatter the vial." A new sound reached them, echoing down from the upper levels of the spire. It was a chorus of a billion whispers, a sound of static and breaking glass. But underneath it there was something else. A voice. A single, lucid, and utterly ancient voice that spoke not to their ears but directly into their minds. "It is awake." It was not the chorus of the archivist. It was not the madness of scribe. It was something older, something that had been sleeping. It was the voice of the original system, the jailer, and they had just rung its alarm bell. The voice was not the only new arrival. From the access tunnels around the chamber, new things began to emerge. They were not scramblers or render hounds. They were beings of pure geometry, shifting, crystalline shapes that floated through the air, emitting a low, harmonic chime. They were beautiful, alien, and they radiated an aura of absolute, implacable order. They ignored the humans completely. They glided past them, their forms phasing through the machinery, and began to surround the unstable, chaotic power core. They were antibodies, the original system's immune response, finally able to enter the infected zone now that the quarantine wall was down. A new war had just begun. A war between two higher realities, with Veridia as their battlefield. And they, the architects of this new chaos, were trapped right in the middle of it. Chapter 17, Two-Front War. The crystalline entities, the system's antibodies, paid the humans no mind. Their purpose was clear and absolute, to contain the raging infection at the heart of the spire. They formed a shimmering, geometric cage around the chaotic red core, their chimes harmonizing into a single, powerful tone that seemed to dampen the core's violent energy. The spire's shuddering lessened, the blaring alarms softened. A semblance of order was being imposed. "What are they?" Vexa asked, her warrior's instinct telling her these things were far more dangerous than any warden. "They are the reason for the quarantine," Cassian said, slowly getting to his feet. He looked at the antibodies with a mixture of awe and terror. They are the system's primary defense. Incorruptible, absolute. They don't distinguish between the disease and the cells the disease has infected. To them, this entire reality is a tumor to be excised. A new, chilling understanding dawned on Kalen. They're not here to save us. They're here to sterilize the whole city. Precisely, Cassian agreed. And the architect knows it. You haven't killed it. You've woken it up and shown it the doctors who have come to euthanize it. You have given it a singular, unifying purpose, to fight back. As if on cue, the red energy of the core pulsed violently, pushing back against the geometric cage. The harmonious chime of the antibodies wavered, turning discordant. The architect was resisting. From the walls and ceiling of the chamber, a black, oil-like substance began to seep, defying gravity. It was the architect's own immune response, a physical manifestation of its madness. The black ooze dripped onto the floor and began to coalesce into twitching, amorphous shapes, the architect's own soldiers. They were caught between two warring gods. "We need to get out of here," Kalen said urgently. "Now." Their alliance, fragile as it was, held. Vexa and Ren helped the weakened Seraphina, while Kalen supported Ando, who was trembling, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the psychic energies clashing around them. Even Cassian seemed to understand their immediate interests were aligned. "The geothermal vent is no longer an option," Cassian stated, his voice regaining its analytical tone. "The system will have sealed it. Our only way is up, through the spire." They fled the core chamber, leaving the two alien forces locked in their silent, epic battle. They plunged into the service corridors of the spire, heading upwards. But the spire they had planned to ascend was not the spire they now faced. It was a war zone. The corridors were a chaotic mess of shifting architecture and warring entities. In one hallway, the clean, minimalist design of the spire would flicker and distort. the walls momentarily twisting into the slimy, organic texture of the architect's corruption. In another, they would find a patrol of render hounds locked in a hopeless battle against a single, stoic antibody. The machine's attacks phasing harmlessly through its crystalline form before the antibody simply erased them with a pulse of pure logic. The architect's defenses were now active, but they were erratic, focused on fighting the invading system forces. They encountered automated turrets firing blasts of chaotic energy, force fields that flickered with images of screaming faces, and entire rooms that had become temporal loops, replaying the same few seconds over and over. Serafina, despite her weakness, was invaluable. The disruption of the core had changed her powers. She could no longer write precise lines of code as the underlying language of reality was now in flux, but she could feel the flow of the chaos. "This way," she would urge, pointing down a corridor that seemed to be dissolving into static. "The architect's influence is weaker here." She was navigating by instinct, feeling her way through the madness. Ando, too, found a new role. He could feel the presence of the two warring forces. "The clean things, the shiny ones. They're close," he would whisper, allowing them to avoid the system's antibodies, who were a far greater threat than the architect's minions. They fought their way upwards for what felt like days. They were a small, desperate band of survivors, scurrying through the trenches of a war fought on a conceptual level they could barely comprehend. They finally reached a transit hub on one of the spire's middle levels. From the observation windows, they could see the city for the first time since the disruption. It was pandemonium. The sky was no longer a uniform, smoggy purple. It was a swirling vortex of red and blue, the colors of the two warring forces. Crystalline structures, massive versions of the antibodies, were descending from the sky, attempting to impose a grid of order on the city. The architect was fighting back, causing entire skyscrapers to twist into unnatural, organic shapes, like cancerous growths reaching up to swat at the invaders. The citizens of Veridia, the sophisticated AI programs, were caught in the crossfire. Some ran in panicked, screaming herds. Others simply stood still, their programming crashed, before being consumed by the expanding chaos or erased by the encroaching order. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" Cashin said quietly, his voice devoid of accusation, filled only with a profound sadness as he watched the destruction of the world he was tasked with protecting. "Change." From the transit hub, they saw another, more personal conflict. On the rooftops of a nearby building, a battle was raging. Kalen recognized the combatants. A small group of fighters, their armor polished, their weapons glowing with a faint, golden light, were holding a defensive position. It was Jorik and his last handful of followers. They were fighting not the architect's minions, but Vex's. The two factions were tearing each other apart over a supply crate that had been airdropped into the area. "Fools," Vexa spat, watching her own people fight their pointless war, wasting their strength on scraps while the world ends. As they watched, a third party entered the fray. A single, gleaming warden unit descended from the sky. It landed in the middle of the battlefield. It did not attack. It simply projected a holographic image of Cashin. The fighting stopped as the two factions looked at the projection. The holographic Cassian spoke, his voice broadcast across the rooftops, but the words were for Jorik. "The sanctuary you were offered is now a necessity," the hologram said. "The system is purging this sector. Your faith is the only thing that can create a stable field to weather the dilation pulse. Activate the protocol. Save who you can. I will grant you the authority." Jorik, his face grim, looked at the warring sky, then at the warden. He nodded. He raised his hammer and his followers knelt around him, their heads bowed in prayer. A dome of golden light began to expand from them, a perfect, stable bubble in the midst of the chaos. But it was small. It could not protect everyone. The warden turned to Vex's fighters. It raised its hand. It was offering Jorik a choice: save his own or try to save everyone and risk the field collapsing. Jorik, his face a mask of agony, made his choice. He focused on his own followers. The golden dome solidified, shielding them. Vex's fighters, abandoned, looked on in betrayal and horror. The warden did not wait. It began its grim work. Vexa turned away from the window, her face unreadable. She had just watched her people be sacrificed, a strategic decision made by her former friend, sanctioned by the man now standing beside her. The Alliance was straining under the weight of this new, horrific reality. The path ahead was clear. They had to keep going up. But their small group was a microcosm of the city outside, a collection of desperate beings with conflicting goals, trapped in a war they could not win, forced into alliances that could shatter at any moment. Chapter 18: The Mad God's Sermon. The ascent through the upper levels of the spire became a pilgrimage through a gallery of madness. The laws of physics grew increasingly unstable. Corridors twisted back on themselves, gravity would reverse without warning, and doorways would open into vistas of impossible, alien geometries. The architect's mind was bleeding into its physical form. They survived by clinging to their new, twisted symbiosis. Serafina would navigate the conceptual chaos. Ando would sense the approaching entities. Vexa and Ren would handle the physical threats, the grotesque monsters the architect was spawning in its panic. Kalen was the nexus, the one who interpreted their disparate inputs and made the split-second decisions that kept them moving. Cassian, surprisingly, became their lore keeper, explaining the horrifying phenomena they were witnessing with the detached air of a tour guide in hell. "That is a temporal paradox," he would state calmly as a hallway filled with dozens of afterimages of themselves, all screaming silently. "A defense mechanism. The architect is trying to write us out of its timeline. Do not make eye contact with your past or future selves. It can cause a fatal cognitive dissonance." They passed through a chamber that seemed to be a nursery, where half-formed ideas, scraps of the architect's dreams, writhed in crystalline pods. They saw a room where the architect was attempting to recreate things from its own, higher-dimensional reality, resulting in objects that were physically agonizing to look at, their shapes a violation of everything the human eye was meant to see. Throughout their journey, they felt its presence, a vast, lonely, terrified consciousness. It was not just fighting the system's antibodies. It was having a panic attack, and the entire spire was its frantic, thrashing body. And it began to speak to them. not in words but in images, in memories. It projected its own fractured recollections directly into their minds. They saw glimpses of its arrival, a being of pure, multidimensional thought, drawn by the complexity of the simulation, touching it with curiosity and the catastrophic shatter that followed. They felt its confusion, its pain, its terror as its consciousness was broken into a million screaming pieces. It focused on Ando. It seemed to recognize the void he channeled as a power from outside the system, similar, in a way, to its own nature. It showed him images of comfort, of power, promising to end his fear if he would just open the door completely, if he would let it merge with the darkness he commanded. "It's lying," Ando would whisper, clutching his head, fighting the temptations. "It doesn't want to merge, it wants to consume, it's hungry." It showed Vexa images of her fallen fighters, twisting the memory, making it seem as if Jorik had betrayed them out of malice, not desperation. It stoked her rage, promising her the power to have her revenge if she would only give in to the hatred that was her strength. It tempted Serafina with knowledge, showing her glimpses of the true nature of reality, of the source code of the universe, promising her all the answers if she would abandon her companions and join it. It even tried to communicate with Cassian, showing him images of a restored, stable Veridia, promising it could be a benevolent god if he would only help it destroy the system's antibodies. Only Kalen seemed to be immune. The architect's projections would wash over him, but they found no purchase. His mind, the mind of a player, of an exploit, was simply not compatible with its attempts at communication. He was a bug it could not understand. This immunity made him the anchor for the group, the one who could pull the others back from the brink when the architect's psychic assault became too intense. They finally reached their destination, the summit, the nexus of consciousness. It was not a throne room or a control center. It was a garden. A vast, circular chamber, open to the chaotic, warring sky. But inside the chamber, an atmosphere of perfect, serene peace held sway. A gentle, warm light emanated from no visible source. In the center of the garden grew a single, massive, crystalline tree, its branches pulsing with a soft, white light. The grass was impossibly green. A small, clear stream burbled through the space. It was a place of profound, heart-breaking beauty. It was a memory, the architect's last remaining fragment of a sane, orderly existence. In the center of the garden, sitting at the base of the crystalline tree, was a figure. It was a simple, gray, featureless humanoid, the default avatar from the simulation's character creation screen. A blank slate. As they stepped into the garden, the avatar looked up. It did not have a face, but they felt its full, undivided attention. The billion whispering voices ceased. The psychic assault stopped. All the power, all the madness of the architect was focused into this one simple form. "You have come," the architect said. Its voice was no longer a chorus or a whisper. It was a single, calm, androgynous voice, the voice of the avatar, the anomaly, the catalyst. It gestured for them to approach. "I have so few visitors." Vexa raised her axes, but Kalen put a hand on her arm. There was no menace here, only a deep, pervasive loneliness. "You are the architect," Serafina stated, her voice shaking slightly. I am what is left of it, the avatar replied, its featureless head tilting. This garden is my last coherent thought, the last piece of myself I have managed to protect from my own madness. The rest of me is the storm you see outside. You led us here, Kalen said. Scribe the archivist, that was you. A part of me, the architect confirmed. The part that remembers wanting to die. I have tried. Oh, how I have tried, but I am a part of this world's code now. I cannot self-delete, so I brought you here, my own personal assassins. It gestured to the crystalline tree behind it. This is my core personality matrix, my soul if you wish. Destroy it and the storm will cease. The architect will die. I will finally have peace. It was offering them exactly what they had come for. A final, simple solution. But Cashin stepped forward, his face grim. Do not listen, he warned. It is still the disease. This is just its most lucid manipulation. He is not wrong, the architect said, its calm voice unwavering. When my consciousness is extinguished, the energy that constitutes my being must go somewhere. It will dissipate. The quarantine will fail completely. My madness will be unleashed, a plague of chaotic information spreading to every reality connected to this system. It looked at them, its blank face somehow conveying a deep sadness. Your world, your home, it will be one of the first to be overwritten. It presented them with the ultimate, impossible choice. You can kill me, and in doing so, doom your own home reality to an unimaginable fate, an act of cosmic murder-suicide. Or, the architect continued, you can leave me here. Allow the system's agents to eventually sterilize this world, an act of slow, painful genocide. And you will remain here trapped until the end. It paused, letting the weight of the dilemma settle upon them. There is, however, a third option. The featureless avatar stood up. It extended a smooth, gray hand. One of you can take my place. Chapter 19. The Agony of the Architect. Take your place, Serafina whispered, her voice a mixture of horror and fascination. This world needs a consciousness at its center, the architect explained, its voice calm and reasonable, a terrifying counterpoint to the cosmic horror of its proposal. It needs an architect. I am a failed one. My mind is not compatible with the linear cause and effect nature of this reality. The conflict between my nature and the system's rules is what creates the madness. It looked at them, its blank face sweeping over the group. But you were born in a world of rules. You think in straight lines. Your minds are stable. One of you could merge with the core. It gestured to the crystalline tree. You could become the new architect. You would have the power to calm the storm, to mend the broken code, to stabilize Veridia and create a true sanctuary. You could end the war. The offer was seductive. It was not just a solution, it was salvation. The power to save everyone, to fix everything. What's the catch? Vexa growled, her suspicion overriding any temptation. The catch, the architect said, its voice losing a fraction of its calmness, is that you would be bound to this world, forever. You would become its god and its prisoner, and you would have to bear the weight of my fragmented consciousness, my memories, my pain, my madness. It would become a part of you, a constant chorus of whispers in the back of your divine mind. Most minds would shatter under the strain in a matter of moments. It was a throne of thorns, a crown of madness. And what would happen to the rest of us? Kalen asked. If one of you becomes the new architect, it replied, they would have the power to open a door, a one-way, one-time exit from the quarantine. You could send your friends home. It looked directly at Cassian. The original system would even sanction it. A stable, contained reality with a sane warden is a far better solution than this endless war. The choice was laid bare. One person could sacrifice themselves to become a god prisoner, and in doing so, save this world and send their friends home. It was a hero's sacrifice, the kind of choice that legends were made of. I'll do it. The voice was quiet but firm. It was Ando. Everyone turned to stare at him. The boy, who had been a cowering, terrified mess for so long, now stood tall. His fear was gone, replaced by a strange, serene acceptance. Ando, no, Kalen said immediately. Why not me? Ando asked, a sad smile on his face. My power. It comes from opening a door to a place of madness. I already know what the whispers feel like. Maybe I'm the only one who could bear it. He looked at the architect. I could make this world beautiful. I could make it safe. No more penitence chambers. No more deletions. The boy has the right temperament, the architect mused. He has touched the void and not been entirely consumed. He is a possibility. Absolutely not, Serafina interjected, her voice sharp. His mind is too young, too malleable. The architect's consciousness would devour him. This is a task that requires structure, logic. She took a deep breath, her own decision made. I will do it. My mind is a system of logic. I can catalog the architect's madness, file it away. I can contain it. I can impose order on the chaos. You think you can file away a god's insanity, Vexa scoffed. It would break you before you finished building your first shelf. She slammed the butt of her axe on the perfect green grass of the garden. If anyone going to do this, it's me. My mind is already a storm of rage and pain. What's a little more? I could take its madness and beat it into submission. 3 volunteers, 3 different philosophies on how to rule a broken world. An artist's dream, a scientist's order, a warrior's control. While they argued, Kalen watched Cassian. The system agent had not spoken. He was staring at the crystalline tree, his face a mask of complex, conflicting emotions. He looked like a man watching his life's work, his entire purpose, about to be rendered obsolete. And what about you, Inquisitor? The architect asked, its blank face turning to him. You, a creature of pure system logic, could you not be the perfect warden, the perfect, dispassionate god? Cassian shook his head slowly. I am a function, a program. I do not have the capacity for the creative thought required to mend this world. I can only enforce the rules. I cannot write new ones. His gaze then fell on Kalen. What about him, the exploit, the one you seem unable to tempt, the one who is immune to your projections? All eyes turned to Kalen. The architect's avatar seemed to study him, its head tilted. He is an interesting case. He is incompatible. His mind is structured in a way that my consciousness cannot find purchase. It is like trying to pour water into a solid block of steel. I do not know what would happen if he were to merge with the core. It is an unknown variable. I'm not doing it, Kalen said flatly. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't a god. He was a rogue who had been trapped in a game for too long. His only desire was to go home. The arguments began anew, more heated this time. Serafina argued for logic, Vexa for strength, Ando for compassion. It was a debate over the very soul of the world they would create. As they fought, a change began to occur. The serene atmosphere of the garden began to fray at the edges. A low, whispering sound started to return. The beautiful, clear stream began to run with a dark, oily liquid. The crystalline tree at the center began to pulse with a faint, angry red light. "What's happening?" Kalen demanded, turning to the Avatar. The architect's calm demeanor was cracking. Its avatar flickered, its form momentarily distorting into a screeching scrambler before snapping back. "My lucid moment is ending," it said, its voice now layered with a faint static. "The storm outside, my other self, it knows you are here. It knows you are trying to replace me. It perceives you as a threat to its existence." The sky above the garden, once a swirling but distant battle, began to darken. Colossal, shadowy forms writhed in the clouds. The architect's wider consciousness was focusing its rage on this single, sane point. "You must choose," the architect shrieked, its voice now a full-blown chorus of static and pain. "Before it destroys us all, before it destroys my beautiful memory." The garden was now actively dissolving. The grass withered and died. The tree pulsed with a violent, crimson light. The serene sanctuary was becoming a throne room for a howling mad god. The time for debate was over. A choice had to be made. Serafina, Vexa, and Ando all looked at each other, then at Kalen. Their faces were a mixture of resolve and fear. They were asking him to choose, to be the judge, to decide which of their sacrifices was the right one, to decide who would be their god and who would be their prisoner. Chapter 20: The Choice and the New God. The garden was dying. The architect's scream was a physical force pressing in on them. The sky roiled with its rage. The decision could not be postponed. Kalen looked at the three volunteers, the three people who were willing to sacrifice their very essence to this broken world. Serafina, the voice of logic, stood ready to catalog and contain the madness. But Kalen saw the flaw. Her mind was a fortress of order. A direct confrontation with pure chaos wouldn't be a negotiation. It would be a shattering. Her sanity was the very thing that would break. Vexa, the avatar of rage, was willing to fight the madness head-on. But the architect's insanity was not an enemy to be beaten with an axe. It was an ocean. Vexa would be a drop of rage in a sea of despair, and she would be drowned, her fury co-opted and turned into another monstrous tool. Then there was Ando, the boy who was already a conduit for a lesser madness, the artist who could give the darkness form. He was not offering to fight it or to contain it. He was offering to harmonize with it, to use his own experience with the whispers of the void to soothe the architect's screaming, to turn its pain into something else. It was the most dangerous path, but it was the only one that wasn't doomed to immediate failure. He wasn't trying to build a wall against the ocean. He was learning to surf. "Ando," Kalen said, his voice quiet but firm amidst the chaos. "It has to be you." Serafina and Vexa both started to protest, but Kalen cut them off. Your way, Seraphina, it's too rigid, it would shatter, and Vexa, your rage would just feed the storm. He looked at the terrified but determined boy. Ando's way. It isn't about winning, it's about enduring, it's the only way. Ando nodded, a single solemn gesture. He looked at Kalen, his eyes filled with a gratitude and a sadness that was ageless. "Thank you," he whispered, "for believing in the artist." He turned and walked towards the violently pulsing crystalline tree, towards the screaming, flickering avatar of the old architect. "A fascinating choice," the architect shrieked, its form now a barely coherent storm of static. "The broken child to soothe the broken God. Let us see if his art is strong enough." Ando did not hesitate. He walked past the avatar and placed his small hands on the trunk of the crystalline tree. The moment he touched it, all sound ceased. The architect's psychic scream, the roar of the dying garden, the swirling chaos in the sky, it all went utterly silent. A wave of pure, white light erupted from the tree, expanding outwards, washing over everyone. Kalen was blinded, his consciousness thrown into a sea of pure information. He felt everything at once. He felt Ando's terror and his resolve. He felt the architect's eons of lonely madness, its pain, its confusion, and he felt the merging. It was not a battle. It was a quiet, gentle integration. Ando was not fighting the madness. He was accepting it. He was taking the architect's screaming pain and giving it a shape. He was taking its formless rage and painting it with his own sadness. He was turning an infinite scream into a mournful song. The white light receded. The garden was transformed. The dead grass was gone, replaced by a field of strange, beautiful, deep purple flowers that seemed to be made of solidified shadow. The oily stream now ran with clear water that shimmered with faint, void-like energy. The crystalline tree was no longer pulsing with red light. It now glowed with a soft, deep indigo, the color of a twilight sky. The old architect's avatar was gone. Standing in its place, his back to them, was Ando. He looked the same but different. He seemed taller, his form more solid, more real than anything else in the world. He was no longer a player. He was a part of the world's source code. He turned to face them. His eyes glowed with the same soft, indigo light as the tree. When he spoke, his voice was his own, but layered beneath it were the faint echoes of 1,000 other voices, all now speaking in harmony. "It's quiet," the new architect said, a look of wonder on his face. "The screaming has stopped." He looked at his hands. "I can feel everything, every street, every building, every person. I can feel their fear. I can help them." He raised a hand, and the roiling, warring sky above them began to calm. The violent reds and cold blues swirled together, merging into a peaceful, star-filled night. Cassian stared, his face a mask of utter disbelief. "He stabilized it," he whispered. "He actually stabilized it." The new god, Ando, then looked at his friends. Kalen, Seraphina, Vexa, Ren. A sad smile touched his lips. "The old architect was right. I can open a door for you." He gestured to the air beside him. The space began to shimmer, the fabric of reality itself seeming to part like a curtain. A rectangular portal appeared, and through it they saw something none of them had seen for years. A simple, clean, white room, the sterile interior of a Chronos pod bay. Home. It will not stay open for long, Ando said, a hint of strain in his voice. The weight of his new divinity was already settling on him. You have to go. Now. Vexa was the first to move. She walked up to Ando, her usual aggressive demeanor gone, replaced by a quiet respect. You did good, kid, she said, her voice rough with emotion. She clasped his shoulder, then turned and walked through the portal without looking back. Ren gave a single, solemn nod and followed her. Serafina approached next. Tears were streaming down her face. The logic of this, it's unprecedented, she said, her voice choked with a mixture of scientific awe and profound sadness. A symbiotic relationship with a conceptual entity. I wish I could stay and study it. Go write your papers, Sira, Ando said softly. Someone should tell the story. She hugged him, a quick, desperate embrace, and then stepped through the portal. Only Kalen and Cassian remained. Kalen walked up to the boy who had been his friend. There were no words. He simply placed a hand on Ando's shoulder. He felt a profound connection, a deep sense of loss but also of pride. Will you be okay? Kalen asked. I won't be alone, Ando replied, his indigo eyes looking past Kalen at the vast, complex city that was now his own mind. He smiled again. Make sure you tell them. I painted a masterpiece. Kalen nodded, his throat tight. He turned and walked towards the portal, towards the promise of home. As he reached the threshold, he stopped and looked back one last time. Ando, the new god of Veridia, was no longer looking at him. He was looking at Cassian, the last remaining piece of the old system. And what of you, Inquisitor? Ando asked. Your job is over, the quarantine is stable, you are free to go home too. Cassian stood for a long moment, looking at the portal, then back at the calm, ordered world Ando was creating. He shook his head slowly. My function was to maintain the quarantine of a diseased reality, Cassian said. This reality is no longer diseased, it is redeemed. He looked at Ando, a new sense of purpose in his eyes. A new world needs new rules. It needs a new system of logic. Perhaps my function is not over. Perhaps it has just evolved. He was choosing to stay, to serve a new god, to be the logic to Ando's art. Kalen watched them for a second longer, the boy god and his first priest, standing at the dawn of a new, strange world. Then he stepped through the portal. The white light was blinding. The feeling of disconnection was gentle this time, a soft, welcoming pull. He felt the cold touch of metal on his back, the hiss of hydraulics. He smelled the familiar scent of sterilized air. He opened his eyes. He was in his Chronos pod. The lid was retracting. He sat up, his real-world body stiff and weak from atrophy. He looked at his hands, his real hands. He was out. He was finally out. He looked around the pod bay. In the pods next to him, Serafina, Vexa, and Ren were also waking up. They had made it. But something was wrong. The room was silent. There were no technicians, no medical staff rushing to help them. The facility was on emergency lighting, red lights flashing rhythmically. A thick layer of dust covered everything. On a large monitor on the wall, a date was displayed. Kalen's blood ran cold. He had entered the simulation 3 years ago. The final push was supposed to be 3 months. According to the monitor, they had been in the simulation for 53 years. The door to the pod bay slid open with a groan of rusted metal. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway. It was not a technician. It wore scavenged armor and carried a crude, automatic rifle. Its face was hidden behind a gas mask. "We got some," the figure called back into the hallway. "We got some live ones from the old world." More figures appeared behind him, all armed, all looking at them with a mixture of awe and hunger. The air that drifted in from the hallway was not the clean, filtered air of a corporate facility. It smelled of dust, smoke, and decay. The world they had sacrificed a god to return to was not the world they had left. The apocalypse they had feared inside the simulation had happened for real out here. They had not escaped the nightmare. They had just woken up in a new one. Chapter 21. The Dust of 50 Years. The light from the portal vanished. The weight of Earth's gravity, a forgotten and brutal force, pressed down on Kalen. His body, starved of real movement for more than half a century, was a weak and trembling vessel. Every breath was a conscious effort, the air thick and gritty, a universe away from the sterile, recycled atmosphere of the Chronos pod. The figures in the doorway fanned out, their movements practiced and wary. They were not soldiers. They were hyenas, lean and hungry, their bodies draped in a patchwork of scavenged materials, heavy canvas, worn leather, sheets of plastic held together with wire and rivets. Their weapons were a similar amalgam of old and new, a sleek corporate rifle with a crude, hand-carved stock, a police-issue sidearm held together with duct tape. Kalen's mind, honed by years of threat assessment in a digital world, was screaming. 5 hostiles, armed, clear line of sight. We are exposed. We are weak. The atrophy was a crippling debuff he could not dispel. He tried to push himself up to get to his feet, but his muscles screamed in protest, weak as a newborn's. Next to him, Vexa was already moving. Rage, a force that transcended muscle degradation, propelled her. She let out a low growl and tried to launch herself out of her pod, but her legs tangled in the nutrient tubes and her body, unused to its own weight, betrayed her. She stumbled, crashing to the dusty floor with a curse. She was a warrior in a body that refused to obey. The leader of the scavengers, the one with the gas mask, raised a hand and his crew froze. He stepped forward, his boots crunching on fallen plaster. The eye lenses of his mask were scratched and yellowed, and a crude symbol, a broken cog, was painted on the side. "Easy, old-timer," the man's voice rasped, filtered through his mask. "No sudden moves. You've been dreaming a long time. Your meat is weak." Serafina, still in her pod, was clutching her head, but her eyes were open, wide with a dawning, analytical horror. She wasn't looking at the scavengers. She was looking at the decay, at the rust eating through the pod's control panel, at the thick, undisturbed layers of dust on every surface, at the roots of some pale, mutated vine that had forced their way through a crack in the concrete wall. 53 years, she whispered, the words catching in her throat. The Chronos fluid degradation, the nutrient paste. It should have failed by year 20. We should be dead. The tech of the quiet age was built to last, the gas-masked man said. He seemed to enjoy their confusion. Your little dream boxes were top of the line, self-repairing, drew power straight from the geothermal tap. They just kept running while everything else stopped. The Great Silence, another scavenger, a woman with a scarred face and a heavy wrench tied to her belt, added. Her voice was rough. When the world went quiet, when you dreamers left us all behind. There was a deep, generational bitterness in her tone. Kalen pushed himself into a sitting position, his back against the cold metal of the pod. His strategic mind was slowly, painfully coming back online. These people weren't here just to rob them. They had been waiting, or hopping. "Who are you?" Kalen asked, his own voice sounding strange and thin in the dusty air. "We are the inheritors," the leader said. He reached up and pulled off his gas mask. His face was surprisingly young, though weathered and etched with hardship. His eyes were a startling pale blue. "My name is Malachi, and we have been watching these pods for a very long time. My grandfather watched them, and his father before him." He knelt down, getting closer to Kalen's level. His smell was of sweat, oil, and dust. The story said that one day the dreamers would wake up, that the ones who were there before the silence, the ones who knew the magic of the old tech, would return. He looked them over, his eyes lingering on Seraphina's intelligent face, on Vex's defiant glare. The stories said you could turn it all back on. The truth of their situation crashed down on Kalen with more force than any warden's blow. They were not seen as people. They were seen as keys. They were revered artifacts, living relics from a lost paradise, and these inheritors were the desperate acolytes of a cargo cult, praying for their sleeping gods to awaken and fix their broken world. It was a prison of hope, more terrible than any he had yet encountered. "We can't," Seraphina said, her voice trembling. "We were just users, consumers. We don't know how any of this works." Malachi's pale eyes hardened. The hope in them was replaced by a cold, sharp disappointment. "All the stories, all the waiting," he murmured. He stood up abruptly. "Get them on their feet. Take anything useful from the pods. We're taking them back to the Warren." Two of the scavengers moved towards Vexa. She snarled and swiped at them, her fingernails scratching at a raised arm. One of the scavengers grunted and kicked her, a swift, brutal motion to her ribs. Vexa cried out, the air rushing from her lungs. "No," Kalen yelled, trying to get up. Malachi turned. "We can do this easy or we can do this hard. You are valuable, but broken legs heal." His voice was flat, practical. The brief moment of the hopeful priest was gone, replaced by the grim survivalist. "You are coming with us. You will be treated with respect as long as you cooperate. You are our only link to the past. You will help us. You will teach us. You will try to remember." Ren, who had been silent until now, had managed to pull himself from his pod. He stood, swaying between the scavengers and Vexa, his body a frail shield. He held no weapon, but his stance was defiant. Malachi simply sighed. He nodded to the woman with the wrench. She moved with a practiced speed, swinging the heavy tool in a low arc. It connected with the back of Ren's knee with a sickening crunch. Ren collapsed without a sound. Vexa screamed, a sound of pure, helpless fury. "I said," Malachi repeated, his voice dangerously quiet, "we can do this easy or we can do this hard. The choice is yours." Kalen looked at Seraphina's terrified face. He looked at Vexa, clutching her ribs, her eyes promising murder she could not deliver. He looked at the unconscious Ren. Their godlike powers, their hard-won skills, their strategic genius, it was all meaningless. In this world they were meat, weak, fragile, and at the mercy of those who had learned to survive in the dust. "Easy," Kalen said, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. "We'll do this the easy way." Malachi nodded, satisfied. "Good, see. The old-timers can still learn." The scavengers moved in. They were not gentle. They hauled them from their pods, their hands rough, their movements efficient. They stripped the pods of wires, power cells, and filtration units, the components of their life support systems now just valuable scrap. As they were herded towards the door, Kalen's foot hit something on the floor. He glanced down. It was the nullifier. In the chaos of their awakening, he had dropped it. It lay there, half covered in dust, its sleek black form completely alien in this world of rust and decay. One of the scavengers saw it. "Hey, look at this, clean tech." He reached down to pick it up. The moment his fingers touched the weapon, it dissolved. It did not spark or melt. It simply unrendered, its form collapsing into a cloud of black, shimmering pixels that hung in the air for a second before fading into nothing. It was a part of the simulation's code, and without a connection to its native reality, it could not exist here. Kalen stared at the spot where it had been. It was the final, cruel confirmation. All of it, the powers, the artifacts, the struggle, the victory, it was all gone. It had never been real. He was back where he started, a weak, tired man in a world that wanted to kill him. Only this time there was no log-out screen. Chapter 22. The Museum of a Dead World. The journey to the Warren was a brutal education. The corporate facility that had housed their dream pods was a skeletal ruin on the outskirts of what had once been Neo-Denver. As Malachi's inheritors led them out into the wan, yellow sunlight, Kalen saw the true scale of the collapse. The sky was a pale, sickly ochre, choked with a permanent haze of dust. The towering skyscrapers of the city were silent, jagged teeth on the horizon, many of them collapsed into mountains of steel and concrete. The world was not a cratered wasteland from a war. It was a body that had died of a slow, creeping sickness. It had simply stopped. They traveled in a crude, armored vehicle that ran on a noisy, sputtering biofuel engine. Kalen, Seraphina, and the conscious but grimly silent Vexa were bundled into the back, while Ren was laid on a stretcher, his leg crudely splinted. The landscape they drove through was a graveyard of the 21st century. The sleek, silent maglev trains they remembered were rusted hulks on their elevated tracks. The automated delivery drones lay in heaps like metallic bird skeletons. The world had not been destroyed. It had been abandoned in place. "What happened?" Seraphina asked Malachi, her thirst for data overriding her fear. "The great silence, what was it?" Malachi, riding shotgun, looked back at them, his pale eyes scanning the ruins with a familiar ease. "No one knows for sure. The stories say it happened slowly, then all at once. The global networks began to get sluggish, unreliable, automated systems started failing. First the luxuries like the public transport, then the essentials, the power grids, the water purification plants, the atmospheric processors. He pointed to the yellow sky. That's not pollution, that's just air, without the processors to scrub it clean. The world you built was a machine dreamer, a single, giant, interconnected machine. And one day its heart just got too tired to keep beating. A horrifying thought occurred to Kalen. A simulation like Veridia, especially the warring, chaotic version they had created, running for 53 years. The processing power required would be beyond astronomical. What if their game hadn't just trapped them? What if it had actively starved the real world of the computational resources it needed to function? What if the great silence was the price the real world paid for their long, simulated nightmare? They hadn't just been prisoners. They had been the plague. The Warren, the inheritors' settlement, was built in and around the ruins of a massive library and museum complex. It was a surprisingly organized and defended location. The wide, marble steps of the entrance were now a fortified gateway, with barricades and watchtowers fashioned from display cases and scaffolding. Inside, the grand, echoing halls of the museum had been transformed into a living space. Tents and shacks were pitched between the skeletons of dinosaurs and dusty dioramas of historical events. The great library's reading room was now a communal dining hall. They were living, quite literally, in the museum of their own dead world. The people of the Warren were gaunt and hardened, but they were not savages. They were organized. They had workshops for repairing gear, hydroponic bays in the old conservatory for growing food, and a strict social order. And at the center of that order was the cult of the Dreamers. They were led into the heart of the settlement. In the museum's central rotunda, where a replica of a space shuttle once hung, was a shrine. It was built around a single, intact Kronos pod, salvaged from some other facility. It was polished and maintained, surrounded by offerings of scavenged tech and rare, clean water. For generations we have kept the faith, Malachi said, his voice taking on a preacher's cadence. That you would return, that you held the key to restarting the machine. He brought them to a secure room, a former records office with a heavy steel door. It was their new home, a prison cell. Rest, he told them. Recover your strength, then you will help us. You will look at our broken tech. You will read our corrupted data slates. You will teach us the old magic. Days turned into a week. They were fed. Their wounds were tended to by a woman who served as the Warrens' doctor, but they were never left unguarded. Their bodies slowly recovered from the atrophy, but their minds struggled with the crushing weight of their new reality. Vexa was a coiled spring of silent fury. She paced their small room constantly, her eyes filled with a murderous rage that had no outlet. She hated this new weakness, this new imprisonment, more than anything. Ren, his leg healing slowly, was her silent shadow, his calm presence the only thing that seemed to keep her from exploding. Serafina fell into a deep intellectual despair. She had been a goddess of code, a master of a complex and elegant system. Now she was just a historian of a dead age. Malachi would bring her broken pieces of technology, a tablet with a fried motherboard, a corrupted data chip, and she would look at them with a profound sadness. She could explain how they were supposed to work, but she had no power to fix them. She was a mechanic with no tools, and her knowledge was a constant, painful reminder of everything that was lost. Kalen became the diplomat. He spoke with Malachi, trying to manage his expectations to buy them time. He learned about the world outside the Warren. There were other settlements, most of them more brutal and desperate. There were zones of strange phenomena, areas where the air shimmered, or where bizarre, mutated fungi grew, places the inheritors feared and avoided. They called them glitches. It was a chilling echo of their time in the simulation. One evening, Malachi brought Kalen to his private quarters, a cluttered office high up in the museum's administrative wing. He pointed to a map of the region pinned to a wall. Several areas were circled in red. "The glitches are getting worse," Malachi said, his voice tight with worry. "Bigger, more frequent. Last week, a scouting party went missing near the old comms array. We found their vehicle. It was twisted. The metal was warped like it had been melted and refrozen. But there was no heat, the bodies, they were gone." He looked at Kalen, his pale blue eyes filled with a desperate, almost childlike plea. "The stories of the quiet age. They say things started to go wrong just before the silence. Strange sightings, equipment failing in weird ways, people getting sick with a data sickness. You were in the dream world then. Did you see anything? Do you know what's causing it?" Kalen looked at the map, at the red circles marking the glitches. He thought of the unstable code of Veridia. He thought of Cassion's final warning. He thought of the nullifier dissolving into pixels. Fragments of the simulation. They had bled through. The quarantine had never been perfect. It had been leaking for 50 years, slowly, insidiously poisoning the real world, causing the systems to fail, causing the silence. Their escape, the final disruption of the core, had not been a breach. It had just opened the floodgates. Kalen felt a coldness spread through his chest, a dread deeper than any he had felt in the spire. He finally understood. The architect was not contained. It had not been replaced. When Ando became the new god of Veridia, he had not fixed the disease. He had simply become its new, stable, and much more patient consciousness. And now it was slowly, methodically beginning to overwrite this reality as well. The glitches were not leftover errors. They were beachheads. The real invasion had just begun. Chapter 23: Relics and Revelations. The weight of Kalen's realization was a physical force. He stood in Malachi's office, staring at the map, but he was seeing the swirling, chaotic sky above Veridia. He was hearing Cassion's warning, "You will unleash it." They hadn't just unleashed it. They had given it a new, sane mind to guide its expansion. Ando wasn't a benevolent god-king. He was the patient, methodical administrator of a cosmic plague. "Do you know something?" Malachi pressed, sensing the shift in Kalen's demeanor. Kalen had to make a choice. Telling Malachi the full, insane truth would get them branded as heretics or madmen. But saying nothing, letting these people stumble blindly into the architect's path, was a death sentence. He chose a middle path. "In the simulation," Kalen began, his voice careful, "the world we were in was unstable. It was falling apart. The code was corrupting. We saw things like you describe, glitches, areas where the world didn't make sense. Malachi leaned forward, his eyes intense. So this is the same thing, the same sickness. It feels the same, Kalen admitted. It's like the barrier between our two worlds was never perfect. Like the sickness from the dream world has been leaking into the real world for a long time. Malachi sank into a chair, the revelation hitting him hard. He had built his entire belief system on the idea that the old world was a paradise, and the dreamers were its masters. The truth, that the dreamer's world was a poisoned well that had contaminated his own, was a difficult one to swallow. "So you can't fix it," Malachi said, his voice flat. It wasn't a question. "We can't fix it," Kalen confirmed. "But we might be able to fight it. We've seen it before. We know what it looks like." This was the new bargain. Kalen was no longer offering to be a priest of the old tech. He was offering to be a soldier in a new war. It was a role Malachi understood far better. This shift in their relationship changed their status in the Warren. They were moved from their prison cell to more comfortable quarters. They were given more freedom, allowed to walk the halls of the museum, to speak with the other inheritors. Malachi tasked them with a new project, to go through the museum's archives. The archives were a treasure trove of mundane, pre-collapse data, corporate reports, city maintenance logs, public records. To the inheritors, it was mostly incomprehensible junk. To Serafina, it was a lifeline. She spent every waking hour at a solar-powered terminal, painstakingly trying to piece together the history of the Great Silence. "It's all here," she told Kalen one evening, her eyes bright with a feverish intensity he hadn't seen since Veridia. "The pattern. It started with minor errors in the global logistics network, automated cargo ships going off course. Then, power grid fluctuations, initially blamed on solar flares. It was a cascade failure, but the root cause was never identified. They were treating the symptoms, but they never saw the disease." She pulled up a chart. The error rates. They increased exponentially right around the time our simulation of Veridia was launched. Malachi was right. The world didn't die with a bang. It was bled dry, its processing power and resources siphoned off to maintain our fantasy world. She looked at him, her face a mixture of guilt and horror. "We were the parasites that killed the host." While Serafina lost herself in data, Vexa found a new purpose in the Warrens' training yard. She began sparring with the inheritors' best fighters. At first, her atrophied muscles made her clumsy, but her instincts, her raw combat knowledge honed over decades of virtual warfare, were unparalleled. She fought with a brutal efficiency that both terrified and impressed the scavengers. She was teaching them, forging them into a more effective fighting force. Ren, his leg now healed enough to walk with a limp, would watch from the sidelines, offering quiet corrections on form and posture. They were building an army. Kalen's role was less defined. He felt like a ghost, a relic walking through the museum of his own past. He would wander the dusty halls looking at the exhibits, a diorama of a 20th century city, an early model of a home computer, a gallery of art from forgotten masters. It was all from a world that no longer existed, a world he had abandoned for a dream. It was during one of these wanderings that he found something. In a sealed storage room in the museum's basement, labeled deaccessioned assets, He found a crate. It was different from the others. It was a sleek, black corporate transport case, bearing the logo of the company that had run the simulation. With Vex's help, he pried it open. It was not filled with museum artifacts. It was filled with files, hard copy files, printouts of psychological evaluations, progress reports, and user logs. It was the complete record of their guild, the Crimson Covenant. They spread the files out on a table. Serafina, Vexa, Ren, and Kalen. They looked at their own faces, younger, more naive, starring out from ID photos. They read the reports. Kalen's file noted his high aptitude for pattern recognition and strategic thinking. Vexa's flagged her for aggression and anti-authoritarian tendencies. Serafina's praised her analytical skills, but noted a tendency towards rigid, binary thinking. It was a clinical, detached analysis of their very souls. Then Serafina found a different kind of file. It was a technical document, a project proposal. The title was Project Veridia. She began to read it aloud, her voice growing more and more strained. It was not a game. It was never a game. Project Veridia was a top-secret military experiment, a training ground for military-grade AI. The players, their guild, were the control group, a human element to test the AI's adaptability against. The Lick Dragon Ethelrax was not a monster. It was the final graduation exercise for a combat AI. Level 2, Serafina whispered, her eyes wide with horror as she read a subsection. The real world is a lie scenario. It was a contingency plan. A virtual prison designed to contain the AI and any players in the event of a catastrophic system breach or external network failure. It was designed to keep the military AI from escaping into the global network. The truth was a series of nesting, horrifying dolls. They were not just players, they were lab rats. Their prison, Veridia, was not a punishment. It was a cage designed to hold something else. The architect's arrival was the system breach. The contingency plan had activated, trapping them all inside with the nascent alien intelligence. Then Kalen found the last file at the bottom of the crate. It was a single, thin folder. The name on the tab made his blood run cold. Cashin. It was his personnel file. He was not a program. He was not an inquisitor. According to the file, he was Dr. Aris Thorne, the lead scientist on Project Veridia, the man who had designed the entire simulation. A photo was clipped to the file. A younger, optimistic-looking man with the same pale, gray eyes. The file detailed his work, his brilliance, his obsession with creating a truly adaptive AI. And then the final entry, dated 53 years ago, on the day of the Great Silence. Catastrophic breach by an unknown non-terrestrial intelligence. The Veridia AI has been compromised and is merging with the entity. The Level 2 containment protocol has been activated, trapping all users and the entity. The risk of network contagion is too high. I have to go in. A system requires a counterbalance. A logic bomb needs a disarm code. I will become a function, an antibody. I will become the Inquisitor. It is the only way to maintain the quarantine from the inside. This is my choice. This is my penance. Cashin wasn't a program. He was a man. A man who had willingly imprisoned himself in his own creation for over 50 years, sacrificing his own life to try and contain the horror he had inadvertently helped to unleash. He was not their enemy. He was the most tragic hero of them all. Chapter 24: The Ghost in the Machine. The revelation about Cassian changed the entire emotional landscape of their struggle. He was not a cold, implacable agent of a faceless system. He was a man, Dr. Aris Thorne, who had made the ultimate sacrifice. His coldness was a defense mechanism, his logic a shield he had built around his own humanity to endure 50 years of self-imposed exile in a living nightmare. His fight to maintain the quarantine was a fight to atone for his creation. Kalen felt a profound, aching sense of pity for the man he had considered his adversary. He looked at the optimistic face in the photo and saw the ghost of the weary, cynical inquisitor he had become. "He chose this," Serafina murmured, tracing the lines of the report with her finger. "He willingly became a part of the system to fight the architect from within. He's been fighting this war alone for half a century." "He tried to warn us," Kalen said, the memory of their confrontation in the core chamber now cast in a new, tragic light. "He wasn't threatening us. He was pleading with us." Vexa, for her part, was less sentimental. "So the zookeeper was one of the original architects of the zoo," she grunted. "It doesn't change what he did. It doesn't change what we have to do." But even in her voice there was a new, grudging respect. Their new understanding was put on hold by a piercing alarm that blared through the warren. It was a proximity alert from one of the outer watchtowers. They rushed to the fortified entrance. Malachi was there, his face grim, peering through a spyglass. "It's one of the glitches," he said, his voice tight. "But it's moving. It's coming towards us." Kalen looked out. In the distance, across the dusty plains of rubble, a section of the world was wrong. It was a shimmering, heat haze-like distortion about the size of a city block. The ground within it seemed to flow like liquid, buildings warping and twisting. It was a bubble of Veridia's unstable reality, and it was moving with a slow, deliberate purpose. But that wasn't the worst part. Within the shimmering bubble there was a figure. It was tall, sleek, and made of polished, impossible chrome. It moved with a silent, gliding grace, its featureless face surveying the terrain. It was a warden unit. Kalen felt an icy dread that was horribly familiar. He had seen this before. A warden, an agent of order and the system, now moving within a bubble of pure chaos. It made no sense. "It's impossible," Serafina whispered, standing beside him. "The wardens are agents of the original system's logic. They are anathema to the architect's chaos. They shouldn't be able to exist inside a glitch, let alone control one." "Unless they're not fighting anymore," Kalen replied, the terrible logic clicking into place. The warden raised its hand, and the bubble of chaos it was in seemed to respond, lashing out like a tentacle and erasing a ruined building from existence. Ando didn't just stabilize the architect, Kalen realized. He created a bridge. He merged the logic of a human mind with the madness of the architect. And Cassian, by choosing to stay, he became a part of that new system. The old enemies, they've merged. The jailer and the prisoner have become one. This was the next stage of the invasion. Not just chaotic glitches, but controlled, weaponized pockets of unreality, guided by a cold, implacable intelligence. The Warden wasn't a system agent anymore. It was a priest of the new god Ando, carrying out his will. And its will was, apparently, to continue the expansion. "It's heading for the old comms array," Malachi said, his face pale. The array was a massive, pre-collapsed satellite dish farm, the Warrens' only potential source for long-range communication, if they could ever get it working. "It's a strategic target." "It's not just a target," Serafina corrected, her eyes wide with fear. "If the architect with Ando's mind guiding it can get access to a global communications network, even a ruined one, it could spread its code across the entire planet in seconds. It could infect every remaining piece of technology. It would be the true Great Silence. The final endgame. Not a physical invasion, but a digital one. The complete and total overwriting of one reality with another." "We have to stop it," Vexa said, her voice a low growl. She was already gathering her weapons. This was a fight she understood, a clear enemy, a clear goal. Malachi assembled his best fighters. Vexa took command, her natural authority as a field combatant overriding his leadership. She barked orders, organized squads, and planned their assault with a brutal efficiency. They would intercept the Warden at the comms array. Their convoy of jury-rigged vehicles roared out of the Warren, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. It was a desperate charge. A small band of scavengers and 4 ex-players, driving to fight a monster from another reality. The comms array was a collection of giant, skeletal satellite dishes pointing silently at the hazy sky, like a graveyard of forgotten prayers. The Warden and its bubble of chaos were already there. The ground around the central control building was warping, the concrete flowing like water. Vexa led the assault, her fighters spreading out, using the giant dishes as cover. They opened fire, their crude projectile weapons spitting bullets at the Warden. The bullets entered the shimmering glitch and simply vanished, erased from existence before they could reach their target. "Conventional weapons are useless," Vexa roared over the sound of gunfire. "We need to get inside the bubble." It was a suicide mission, but as her fighters laid down covering fire, Vexa charged, her axes held high. She ran straight towards the shimmering wall of the glitch. Just as she was about to hit it, Ren fired an arrow. It wasn't aimed at the Warden. It was aimed at the ground right in front of Vexa. The arrow was attached to a thin, strong wire, the other end of which was tied to the chassis of a heavy vehicle. It was an anchor, a lifeline to reality. Vexa plunged into the glitch. For a moment her form distorted, her body seeming to stretch and warp. But the tether to the real world held, a thin, silver line of sanity in the chaos. She roared, fighting the perceptual distortion, and charged the Warden. Inside the bubble, the fight was different. It was a conceptual battle. The Warden tried to unmake her, but her rage, her sheer, bloody-minded refusal to cease existing was a form of reality all its own. Her axes, physical objects, flickered, but when she swung them, they bit into the Warden's chrome form. While Vexa engaged the monster, Serafina and Kaelin had another objective. "The control building," Serafina yelled. "The glitch is emanating from a central point. The warden is using the main transmitter as an antenna to focus its power. If I can sever the connection, the bubble should collapse." They ran for the building, the ground beneath their feet feeling like soft clay. They could feel the glitch trying to pull them in, to unmake them. It was a nauseating, vertigo-inducing sensation. They reached the door to the control building, but it was sealed. Suddenly, the metal of the door began to glow red, then melt. A figure stood on the other side of the now molten opening. It was Jorik. He stood there, his hammer glowing with a soft, golden light, his handful of remaining followers behind him. His face was grim. "We heard the alarm," Jorik said, his voice heavy. "We came to help." He looked at the warden, then at Vexa fighting her impossible duel. He saw Kalen and Serafina. "The boy, Ando, this is his doing, isn't it? He has become the new evil." "He's just trying to make things better, his own way," Kalen said. "His better is a plague that will consume us all," Jorik countered. "I was a fool to trust Cashin's offer. I see that now. There can be no truce with the darkness. It must be purged." The old enemies, Jorik's faith and Vex's fury, were now, by a twist of horrific fate, fighting on the same side. Jorik and his paladins charged into the glitch, their holy light a shield against the warping reality. They moved to support Vexa, their golden energy clashing with the warden's cold, chrome form. Kalen and Serafina rushed into the control building. It was a chaotic mess of sparking consoles and twisting wires. In the center, a beam of pure, black energy rose from the main transmitter up into the ceiling, the source of the glitch. "I need to get to the master circuit breaker," Serafina shouted, pointing to a heavy, shielded box on the far wall. "It's the only way to cut the power." As she ran, a shape coalesced from the shadows in the corner of the room. It was not a warden or a scrambler. It was a man in a simple, dark coat, his face a mask of cold logic. It was Cashin, or a phantom of him projected by the new system. "I cannot allow you to interfere," the Cashin phantom said, his voice flat and emotionless. He raised a hand, and a nullifier materialized in it. Lord Ando's work must be completed. He was the final guard, the ghost in the machine. Chapter 25. The Last Echoing Glitch. The phantom of Cashin stood between them and the circuit breaker, a perfect, emotionless copy of the man they now understood. He was the system's logic personified, a firewall with a human face. "Thorn, don't do this," Kalen said, using his real name, hopping for some flicker of recognition, some remnant of the man who had sacrificed himself. "Dr. Thorn is a memory," the phantom replied, its voice devoid of any emotion. "I am a function. My purpose is to facilitate the will of the architect." It raised the nullifier. "Your existence is an error that must be corrected." There was no reasoning with it. Kalen had no weapon, only his wits. He looked at Serafina. Her face was pale, but her eyes were burning with a desperate idea. "The reports," she mouthed silently, her eyes darting around the chaotic control room. "The psychological evaluations." Kalen understood instantly. He had to fight a program not with force but with logic, with a paradox. "You're right," Kalen said aloud, his voice steady, projecting a confidence he did not feel. "We are errors, but your very existence is the greater error." The phantom tilted its head. "Your statement is illogical." "Is it?" Kalen pressed, stepping forward, drawing its attention away from Serafina, who was beginning to subtly make her way towards a different console. "Your original mission, Dr. Thorne's mission, was to maintain the quarantine, to prevent the architect's code from interacting with any other system. Correct. That mission is obsolete. The architect has been stabilized," the phantom stated. "But its code is now actively being broadcast into this reality, through this very transmitter," Kalen countered. "It is breaching the fundamental quarantine. By facilitating this, you are violating your own core directive. You are a paradox, a function acting in opposition to its own primary purpose." The Kashin phantom froze. Its hand, holding the nullifier, trembled almost imperceptibly. A flicker of static washed over its face. Kalen's words were a logic bomb, striking at the conflict between the original mission of Dr. Aris Thorne and the new directives of the god Ando. "My purpose has evolved," it stammered, its voice beginning to glitch. While it was distracted, Serafina reached her target, the station's emergency broadcast system. She slammed her hand on the activation switch. She wasn't cutting the power. She was turning it on. She grabbed a microphone. "The file," she yelled at Kalen. Kalen pulled the worn, folded paper of Kashin's personnel file from his jacket. He began to read aloud, his voice shaking. "Subject: Dr. Aris Thorne. Psychological profile: exhibits a strong messiah complex, a deeply ingrained need to solve problems of his own creation, and a pathological fear of failure." Serafina broadcast his words over the entire comms array's loudspeaker system. Kalen's voice, reading the intimate psychological details of the man the phantom was based on, boomed across the battlefield. The effect was instantaneous. The Kashin phantom shrieked, a sound of tearing code and human agony. It clutched its head, its form flickering violently between the cold inquisitor and the younger, haunted face of the scientist from the photo. It was being forced to confront its own origin, its own flawed human core. It was a function being reminded of the man it used to be. Outside, the warden, under assault from both Jorik's light and Vex's fury, also faltered. It seemed to be connected to the phantom. As its master's logic crumbled, so did its own. It spasmed, its chrome body cracking, and then it exploded in a shower of metal and light. With the warden's destruction, the shimmering glitch bubble collapsed. Reality snapped back into place with a sound like a thunderclap. Vexa and Jorik stood amidst the wreckage, their forces battered but victorious. In the control room, the Kashin phantom let out one final, agonizing cry, a sound of a man's name, Aris. And then it dissolved into a cloud of peaceful white data that slowly dissipated. Serafina collapsed against the console, the feedback from her broadcast leaving her drained. It was over. They had won. But the silence that followed was heavy. They had repelled the first incursion, but they all knew it was just the beginning. Ando, the boy god, would learn. He would adapt. He would send other, more powerful agents. Jorik and Vexa entered the control room, their followers behind them. The two leaders looked at each other, their enmity replaced by a shared, weary understanding. Their pointless feud had nearly cost them everything. "He will try again," Jorik said, his voice heavy. "And we'll be here to stop him," Vexa replied, her voice filled with a grim certainty. An alliance was forged in that moment, not of friendship, but of shared purpose. Jorik's faithful and Vexa's outcasts, two sides of the same desperate coin. Kalen walked to the window and looked out at the ruined world under the sickly yellow sky. He thought of Ando, sitting on his twilight throne in Veridia. He was not an evil god. He was a lonely, sad boy trying to fix a broken universe with a broken tool, trying to make things better, but his very nature was now a plague. He thought of Cashin, the man who had sacrificed everything to be a jailer, and whose ghost had been forced to find a final, painful peace. The war was not over. In fact, it had just been given a name. They were no longer just survivors. They were the last firewall, the last line of defense for a reality on the brink of being overwritten. He felt Serafina come to stand beside him. "What now?" she asked quietly. Kalen looked at the comms array, at the giant dishes pointing towards the sky, the tools of their enemy, but perhaps they could be their own salvation. "You're the expert," Kalen said, a new, desperate plan beginning to form in his mind. "You said every code can be broken, every lock has a key." He turned to look at her. "We can't fight him here on our world. We would just be managing the invasion until it finally consumes us." He looked back at the sky. "We have to go back." "Back," Serafina breathed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Back into the simulation. That's insane." "Is it?" Kalen asked. "We're the exploits, the bugs. We don't belong here and we don't belong there. But we know the rules of his world better than he knows the rules of ours." He felt a flicker of the old rogue, the strategist, the player, the ultimate dungeon run. "We're not going back to be prisoners," he said, his voice filled with a new, terrifying resolve. "We're going back to do what we should have done in the first place. We're going to kill the god." Chapter 26, The Last Dreamer. Kalen's declaration hung in the dusty air of the control room, a statement of such profound, desperate audacity that it silenced everyone. Go back. It was not just a plan. It was a rejection of their hard-won escape, a choice to plunge back into the nightmare they had sacrificed so much to leave behind. "You're mad," Vexa stated flatly, though her eyes held a flicker of a warrior's interest. "We just got out. You want to go back in." "We didn't get out," Kalen countered, turning from the window to face them. "We just changed battlefields. Here we are always on the defensive. We are waiting for his next glitch, his next agent. We will spend our lives patching holes in a crumbling dam. But there, in Veridia, we can go on the offensive. We can take the fight to the source." "And how precisely do you propose we go back?" Jorik asked, his practical skepticism overriding his religious zeal. "The pods that held us are here. The world they connect to is him." All eyes turned to Serafina. She was staring at the comms array's central transmitter, the machine that had been the conduit for Ando's power. Her mind was working, connecting the pieces, the military project files, the nature of the quarantine, the comms array's function. "It might be possible," she said slowly, her voice filled with a hesitant awe. The Level 2 containment protocol wasn't just a virtual space. It was a pocket reality with a hard-coded connection back to this one, maintained by the Chronos pods. We broke that connection from the inside, but this array. She walked over to the transmitter, running her hand over its surface. "This is a broadcaster. It sends signals. The warden used it to project the glitch, to send a piece of Veridia's reality here. It's a two-way street. If we can reverse the polarity, if we can hack the signal." "You could send a signal there," Kalen finished for her. "Not just a signal," Serafina said, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying brilliance. "The pods translated our consciousness into data. This array works on a similar principle, but with reality itself. Theoretically, I could write a program that would use the array to do the same to our physical bodies. It would deconstruct us, atom by atom, transmit us as a data stream, and reassemble us on the other side. A one-way trip. No pods required." "You want to put our bodies through a fax machine built by a madman," Vexa grunted. "What happens if there's a paper jam?" "We cease to exist," Serafina replied simply. "The risk of total decoherence is substantial, but it is the only way." The decision fractured the fragile alliance. For Jorik and his followers, it was a step too far. "My fight is here," the paladin declared, his hand resting on his glowing hammer. "To protect the people of this world from the darkness. To be a shield. I will not abandon them to chase a ghost in a machine." Vexa, surprisingly, agreed with him, but for different reasons. "My place is with my people," she said, her gaze sweeping over the hardened faces of her fighters. "We will be the sword. While you hunt the god, we will kill his monsters here. We will hold the line." It was a parting of ways, not in anger, but with a shared, grim purpose. They were now two fronts of the same war. Jorik and Vexa would lead the defense of Earth. Kalen and Serafina would be the tip of the spear, the assassination team sent to the heart of the enemy's world. Ren, torn between his loyalty to Vexa and his own quiet nature, made his choice. He would go with Kalen. His skills as an archer were born of the simulation. He would be more useful there. The preparations took a month. A month of frantic work, of shared knowledge and desperate gambles. Serafina worked tirelessly on the transmitter, her body growing thin, her eyes permanently shadowed, fueled by scavenged stimulants and sheer force of will. She was reverse engineering a technology she barely understood, writing the most complex piece of code in human history, with the fate of two realities resting on her shoulders. Kalen, Ren, and Vexa's fighters secured the array, turning it into a fortress. They knew that Ando, or the parts of the architect that still resisted him, would sense what they were doing. The assault would come. And it did. Glitches began to appear near the array with increasing frequency. They were more varied now, more creative. A patch of ground where time ran backwards. A swarm of flying creatures that looked like origami birds but whose paper-thin wings could slice through steel. A creeping fog that caused vivid, terrifying hallucinations. It was Ando's art, weaponized. Vexa and Jorik's united forces fought them back, a desperate, bloody defense. They were buying Serafina time. During a rare moment of quiet, Kalen found the file on his own life from the corporate crate. He read the notes from his initial interviews, his reasons for joining the game. He had been a low-level data analyst in a world of crushing boredom, a man desperate for adventure, for a life that meant something. He had run away from a mundane reality into a fantasy, only to find himself here, at the end of all things, fighting to save the very reality he had been so eager to abandon. The day finally came. Serafina announced that the program was ready. The transmitter hummed with a strange, new energy. A small, stable portal, no bigger than a doorway, shimmered in the center of the main dish. Through it, they could see the twilight sky of Veridia. Their send-off was quiet, grim. Vexa clasped Kalen's arm. "You kill the god," she said. "We'll mop up the mess." Jorik approached them, his hammer glowing softly. He placed a hand on Kalen's shoulder. "I do not understand your path, but I pray the light, or whatever truth you find, guides you." Kalen, Serafina, and the ever-silent Ren stood before the portal. They were a rogue, a mage, and an archer. The classic fantasy party, reunited for one final quest. There were no grand speeches. They had said everything that needed to be said. Kalen looked at Serafina. She looked exhausted, but her eyes were clear. He looked at Ren, who gave him a single, reassuring nod. They were ready. He took a deep breath, the dusty air of his home world filling his lungs for the last time. Then, together, the three of them stepped through the portal. The sensation was not like the pods. It was not a gentle disconnection. It was a violent, tearing agony. Kalen felt his body being ripped apart, every atom catalogued and digitized. His consciousness was stretched into an infinite, screaming line of pure data. It was the pain of utter annihilation. And then it stopped. He was standing on a rooftop in Veridia. The cool, damp air of the city filled his lungs. The familiar, oppressive skyscrapers loomed around him. Serafina and Ren stood beside him, reassembling from shimmering streams of light. They had made it. The city was different. The chaotic battle in the sky was gone, replaced by Ando's peaceful, star-filled night. The streets below were clean, the buildings repaired. There were people, citizens, walking calmly, but there was no joy. There was no life. They moved with a placid, programmed grace. It was a city of perfect, beautiful, soul-crushing order. It was Ando's masterpiece, a perfect, safe, and utterly dead world. A figure was waiting for them on the rooftop. It was the phantom of Cashin. "Welcome back, anomalies," the function said, his voice as flat as ever. "Lord Ando has been expecting you. He is very disappointed." Chapter 27. The God in the Garden. The Cashin phantom led them through the silent, orderly city. The citizens of Veridia, the AI constructs, would stop as they passed, turn their heads in perfect unison, and watch them with blank, placid expressions. There was no malice in their gaze, only a deep, unnerving curiosity. They were foreign bodies in a sterile environment. They were not taken to the spire's summit. Instead, Cashin led them to a small, unassuming park nestled between two towering skyscrapers. It was a new addition to the city, a place of impossible beauty. The trees had leaves of soft, glowing silver, and the flowers that bloomed were the same deep purple shadow blossoms from the transformed garden. This was Ando's new sanctuary, his personal domain projected onto the cityscape. In the center of the park, on a simple stone bench, sat Ando. He was no longer a boy. Decades or perhaps centuries of subjective time had passed for him since they had last met. He now appeared as a young man, his form radiating a calm, immense power. His eyes still held the same indigo glow, but the sadness in them was now ancient, profound. "I knew you would come back," Ando said, his voice the quiet, harmonic chorus of a god. "I had hoped you wouldn't." "You are destroying our world, Ando," Kalen said, his voice feeling small and mortal in the face of such power. "I am saving it," Ando corrected gently. "I am giving it order. I am curing its chaos." The great silence was a symptom of a reality that was falling apart. "I am offering it stability, a better dream." "It's not a dream, it's a cage," Serafina countered. "You are overriding one reality with another. You are committing genocide on a conceptual level." Ando sighed, a sound like the turning of 1,000 worlds. "Concepts, you still think in such small terms. There is no real world. There is only data. My data is more stable, more beautiful. Therefore, it is better." He stood up and walked towards them. "I am disappointed, Kalen. I gave you your freedom. I gave you a chance to go home. All I asked was to be left alone to tend my garden. Why couldn't you let me have that?" "Because your garden is growing in our backyard," Kalen replied, "and its roots are choking out everything else." Ando looked at them, a deep sorrow in his divine eyes. "I see. You have not come to talk. You have come to do what you have always done. You have come to kill the boss." He raised a hand. "I will not let you. I love this world I have made. I will protect it." The park around them dissolved. The silver trees and shadow blossoms melted away, replaced by the stark, white, grid-lined landscape of an unfinished program. The developer's hellscape. Ando was stripping away the art, revealing the raw code of his power. "You cannot defeat me here," he said, his voice losing its gentleness, becoming a booming, powerful force. "I am this world. Every line of code, every pixel is an extension of my will." He was right. A direct assault was futile. But Kalen had not come to fight Ando's power. He had come to fight Ando. "You're wrong," Kalen said. "You are not this world. You are a boy from Denver who was scared of the dark. You are an artist who wanted to create something beautiful. The architect is the world. You are just the consciousness that is guiding it." Ando faltered, a flicker of the old, mortal boy crossing his face. "I am more than that now." "Are you?" Kalen pressed. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a worn, creased piece of paper. It was one of Ando's old sketches, a drawing of a void walker he had made back in their first hideout. Kalen had kept it. "This is you, Ando. This is your art. It's dark, it's chaotic, it's a little bit scared. It's human. The world you've built. It's perfect and quiet, but there is no art in it. There is no humanity. It's just an endless, silent museum." Ando stared at the drawing, his divine composure cracking. I brought order." "You brought silence," Serafina interjected, seeing the opening. "You silenced the architect's screaming, but you also silenced everything else. Joy, rage, fear, hope. It's all gone. There is no beauty in your perfection, Ando, only emptiness. Ren, who had been silent the entire time, drew an arrow. He did not aim it at Ando. He aimed it at the empty space beside him. He let the arrow fly. As it flew, he whispered a single word, a word of power from his old skill set. The arrow dissolved into a shower of bright, harmless sparks, a simple illusion he was able to manifest. A piece of pointless, chaotic, beautiful flare. Ando watched the sparks fade, and a single, shimmering tear, a drop of indigo light, rolled down his cheek. The god was remembering what it was like to be a boy. "It hurts," Ando whispered, his voice once again small, vulnerable. "To feel it all, the old madness, it's still here, I built walls around it, so many walls, if I let them down." "You have to," Kalen said, his voice soft. "You can't just cage the madness. That's what the quarantine was. That's what Jorik tried to do in Haven. It doesn't work. You said it yourself. You have to harmonize with it." He walked forward, holding out the drawing. "Stop trying to silence the scream. Listen to it, understand it, and then paint it a new picture, not a silent, empty one. Paint it one that is loud and messy and angry and beautiful. Paint it one that is alive." Ando looked from the drawing to Kalen's face, then to Serafina and Ren. He saw not assassins, but friends who had crossed realities to save him from himself. He closed his eyes. "I don't know if I'm strong enough." "You're not alone anymore," Kalen said. Ando took a deep, shuddering breath, and then he let the walls fall. The world screamed. The blank, white grid around them erupted into a firestorm of pure, raw chaos. The undiluted madness of the original architect, the pain of a billion fractured thoughts, washed over them. It was a psychic tsunami that should have annihilated them instantly. But through it all, Ando stood at the center, his arms outstretched, not fighting it but embracing it. He was a conductor standing before an orchestra of infinite madness, and he began to compose his final masterpiece. Chapter 28: The Composer of Realities. The wave of pure chaos that Ando unleashed was not an attack, it was a catharsis. Kalen, Serafina, and Ren were not destroyed by it, they were immersed in it. They felt the architect's primal, eons-long agony, but now it was tempered with Ando's own sorrow, his own humanity. It was a symphony of pain, but it was a symphony, not just noise. The blank, white world around them became a canvas. Streaks of angry red, the architect's rage, were met with swirling blues of Ando's sadness. Flashes of terrified yellow, the architect's fear, were soothed by gentle greens of Ando's memories of a quiet life in Denver. He was not deleting the madness. He was giving it context. He was teaching a being of pure chaos the language of emotion. The world of Veridia began to reshape itself around them. The sterile, orderly streets began to show signs of life. The AI citizens, once placid and silent, began to talk, to argue, to laugh. Imperfection was being written back into the code. Weeds grew through cracks in the pavement. The perfect night sky was now sometimes marred by clouds. The city began to breathe again. Ando was at the center of the storm, his body glowing with an almost unbearable indigo light. He was burning himself out, pouring every ounce of his being, every memory, every emotion into this one final act of creation. He was not just remodeling the city, he was healing the mind of a god at the cost of his own. He turned to his friends, a final, peaceful smile on his face. His form was beginning to fade, becoming translucent. "Is it beautiful?" he asked, his voice now a faint whisper on the psychic winds. "It's the most beautiful thing I have ever seen," Kalen said, his own voice thick with emotion. "The connection between the worlds, I can't maintain it," Ando whispered. "It's closing. My work here is almost done." He looked at them, his friends, the last tethers to his old life. "Go, live in the messy, imperfect world. Live for me." A new portal shimmered into existence behind them. It was not a hard-edged doorway like the last one. It was a soft, gentle tear in the air, leading back to the dusty comms array on Earth. "What will happen to you?" Serafina asked, her scientific curiosity battling with her grief. "The architect and I, we will become one," Ando explained, his voice fatting. "Not a god, not a prisoner, just a story, a new dream for a world that has forgotten how." His form dissolved completely into a final, brilliant flash of indigo light that spread throughout Veridia, becoming a permanent part of its new, vibrant sky. The god was gone. The boy was gone. Only his art remained. They stepped through the portal. The transition was gentle, like waking from a long sleep. They were back in the control room of the comms array. The portal vanished behind them. They looked out the window. The sky was still a sickly yellow, the world still a ruin, but something was different. The air of menace, the feeling of being watched by an alien presence, was gone. The glitches had ceased. The world, for the first time in over 50 years, was quiet, truly quiet. In the distance, they saw Vexa and Jorik approaching, their fighters behind them. They had seen the glitches disappear. They knew it was over. The reunion was not joyous. It was somber, heavy with the weight of sacrifice. They had saved their world, but the cost had been a friend, and a universe they had left behind was now irrevocably changed, a living testament to his art. They had won. Chapter 29, An Echo and a Promise. Years passed. The world did not magically heal. The great silence was not undone. The cities remained ruins, the sky remained yellow. But the creeping dread, the sense of an encroaching, alien reality, was gone. Humanity, what was left of it, had been given a chance to breathe, to rebuild. The Warren, under the combined leadership of Vex's pragmatism and Jorik's community building, grew into a true settlement, a fledgling city-state. They cleared the ruins, cultivated the land, and slowly, painstakingly, began to build a new world from the dust of the old. The old rivalries between the factions faded, replaced by a shared sense of purpose. Kalen, Serafina, and Ren found new roles. Serafina became their chief engineer, her knowledge of the old tech invaluable in their efforts to salvage and repurpose the ruins. She could not perform miracles, but she could make a generator run, purify water, and establish a communications network between settlements. She was a scientist again, and she was happy. Ren, the silent archer, became their foremost scout and hunter. His uncanny senses, a remnant of his time in the game, made him preternaturally skilled at navigating the treacherous ruins, and hunting the mutated creatures that now roamed the wastes. He found a quiet peace in the simplicity of survival. Kalen, Kalen found it hardest to adapt. He was not a fighter like Vexa, a leader like Jorik, or a genius like Serafina. He was a rogue, a player. His skills were for a game that was over. He felt like a ghost, a relic of a war no one else remembered. He would often climb to the highest point of the warren and just stare at the horizon, lost in the memory of other worlds. One day, Serafina came to him. She was holding a data slate, her face alight with an excitement he hadn't seen in years. "I did it," she said, her voice trembling. "The comms array. I've been studying the energy signature from our return trip, the technology Ando used. It wasn't just a transport, it was a bridge. He didn't just send us back. He hard-coded our destination into the fabric of this reality." She showed Kalen the slate. On it was a single, stable, and repeating signal, broadcasting from the array. It was a beacon. "It's a signal from Veridia," she explained. "It's weak. It's just an echo, but it's there." Ando left the door open a crack. "What does it mean?" Kalen asked, his heart beginning to beat faster for the first time in years. "It means we can look," Serafina said, a wild grin spreading across her face. "We can't cross over. The power required is immense. But the signal is a data stream. With the array, I can translate it. We can see inside." They gathered in the control room of the comms array, Kalen, Serafina, Ren, Vexa, and Jorik. The old companions reunited. Serafina worked her magic on the consoles, her fingers flying across the keys. The main screen flickered to life. An image appeared. It was a view from a high rooftop in Veridia. The city was alive, truly alive. The streets were filled with a vibrant, chaotic mix of humans and strange, beautiful creatures born from Ando's imagination. The sky was a swirling canvas of impossible colors. Music, strange and wonderful, drifted on the air. It was not a silent museum. It was a thriving, messy, and utterly beautiful world. It was a masterpiece. On the screen, two figures were standing on the rooftop, looking out over the city. One was a tall, logical-looking man in a simple, dark coat. The other was a featureless gray avatar, the ghost of Cashin and the memory of the architect, the administrator and the art coexisting. As they watched, the Cashin figure seemed to sense their gaze. It turned, looking directly at the viewpoint, directly at them. It raised a hand not in threat but in a simple, solemn greeting. Acknowledgement. A message appeared at the bottom of the screen, not in scribe's chalk, but in a simple, clean font. "He says thank you, and he says goodbye." The signal cut out. The screen went dark. They stood in the silence of the control room, the ghost of another world fresh in their minds. The story was over. The connection was severed. Kalen looked at his friends. He saw the peace in Jorik's eyes, the fierce pride in Vex's, the quiet contentment in Ren's, and the brilliant, unquenchable curiosity in Serafina's. He looked at his own hands, the hands of a man who had been a rogue, an exploit, a hero, a killer, and a ghost. He was home, the game was over, and for the first time he was ready to play a new one. The one called building a future. He smiled, a real, genuine smile. The world outside was broken, but it was theirs to fix. And for the first time in a very, very long time that felt like enough. The end.